stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Excellent. Thank you, Julie. We will continue to honor the past and the present for the future of this land and for our school community with respect and gratitude. All right, so all in attendance, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Well, summer's here, and last week we crossed the finish line with the end of the academic school year, and we held graduation. So that's something that we can all really celebrate. Tonight, let's be grounded in the incredible accomplishments of our graduates. These students have really been through it all. Every one of their high school years was disrupted either by wildfires or the ongoing pandemic. Nothing they've experienced was conventional in any way. No normalcy at all. Most things that they did, their day-to-day lives were disrupted. Things did not go as planned, yet these incredible graduates persevered. We know that life is unpredictable and that the ever-changing conditions of our crazy world often make it hard just to keep a head above water. But still, it's hardly fair that our students have had to have this reality thrust upon them so soon in their lives. This is why we need to celebrate them even more. We need to lift them up for their accomplishments, for their endurance, their versatility, and their brilliance. After all they've overcome, our graduates have shown us that they are indeed well prepared to continue moving forward towards their goals despite the javelins that have been thrown upon them. So, heartfelt congratulations, admiration for our graduates, and congratulations to the parents, family members, and educators who helped them succeed. Those following along, we are on agenda item C3, reports of actions taken in closed session. The board voted unanimously on the recommendation for student expulsion case number 21-2216. Agenda item C4, items considered in closed session for actions in open session. There were none. C5, statement of abstentions. Are there statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none, moving on to C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board members, superintendent, are there any adjustments needed to the agenda? All right, seeing none. C7, public comment on non-agenda items. So we do have some blue cards, and then I will open it up to those attending virtually. We will start in the order that I have them here. We have Susan Cermick. We have the podium up top. The mic might need to be turned on.
Hello.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Hello, my name is Susan Cermick, and I'm here to talk about the incredibly large classroom sizes that you are proposing for the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. My son is going to be in the 4th grade at the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. His name is Seth Cermick, and he is going to be one of the kids that you throw into one of these huge combo classes. How do I know that? Because he's a good student. He picks up things pretty quickly and gets along well with everybody. He's the perfect kid to put in a chaotic environment such as this. So what does that mean for him and the kids like him? It means they'll get left behind. It means they'll get ignored. It means that they will sit there quietly waiting for somebody, anybody, to give them some attention. They will be forgotten and they will disappear. There will be no time to spend with kids like Seth. Why? Because teachers are in large combo classes or just large classes altogether are going to be spending their time trying to manage the kids, not actually teach them. They're going to be dealing with kids that have developmental issues and social anxiety caused by COVID learning loss and social distancing on top of kids with 504s and IEPs. They won't have time to help the kids like Seth, the one that could actually be that remarkable, amazing student if they're giving a little bit more time, a little bit more help, and a little bit more encouragement. But that's not going to happen because you're going to put him in that big combo class, and he and so many others just like him are going to get lost in a system that is only worried about the money and not about the child. He won't learn anything next year. He'll just maintain the status quo until he's behind and suffering from this very poor decision. Look, we're already dealing with an environment that is swelling with stress and difficulties due to things out of our control, like yearly wildfires, worldwide pandemics, school shootings, and the aftermath of distance learning. Now you want to add to that burden by crowding in a bunch of kids in a classroom with no extra teacher help.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 2-minute time limit has been reached.
This is a bad idea.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Carmen, followed by Shelley Dorbin. Carmen Molina. And we'll set it at 2 minutes when you begin.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Chanel. I want to thank you for continuing to hear our voices. The last few years have not been easy for anyone, and our continued collaboration is essential for student success. As a mother and parent, I have seen the struggles and learning loss that our kids have faced. This year, we had smaller class sizes, and it was exactly what they needed. Teachers were able to work with the kids and meet their academic needs and attend to their emotional needs. However, the job is not done, and we are just getting started. Next year, instead of maximizing class sizes, we need to continue the work on getting our kids caught up and helping their emotional needs. As you consider your budget, please consider the impact you're having on these kids by maximizing classes to 32 and more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaking is Shelley Dorbin, followed by Laney Lee.
Hello, my name is Shelley Dorbin. I'm the parent of a student also entering 4th grade at the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. And I'm also extremely concerned about the plan to maximize class sizes to 32 students and include 4th, 5th combo classes. I think we're all very aware of the very real learning loss that has occurred the last couple of years with distance learning. And in fact, due to natural disasters and COVID, my child hasn't seen a normal school year. Our children were just starting to get back to normal at the end of this last school year. And I think it would be a disservice to them and yet another setback in their rocky educational careers to place them in maximized combo classes. I'm aware of some students that have had good experiences in combo classes, but those weren't 32 students and those weren't in this environment. Some students thrived in distance learning, but many did not. Now more than ever, there's a large gap in the academic levels of our students. Now is the time to minimize class sizes, not maximize class sizes, and give our children the best shot you can. Sorry. As you consider your budget, I encourage you to put our students first and give them the best shot you can. Expensive consultants, new curriculum, and technology can all be great tools when they're applied to a solid foundation. Unfortunately, what we're dealing with here is not a solid foundation. We need to put as many funds as possible into this foundation, the students, the teacher, and the class. I implore you, make classes as small as possible, not as large as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Next, we have Laney Lee, followed by Arlene Corazon Rivera.
Hello, I'm Lonnie Lee. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist and also a mother of a really vibrant fourth grade student, soon to be fourth grade student at the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. This last year, honestly, has been really challenging. My child is very bright, and due to social emotional issues in the classroom, a lot of his teacher's time was taken up managing his peers and himself, just trying to learn how to get along and cope with all the stresses of the past few years that you've already mentioned. I didn't prepare anything today to say, but I'm just like speaking from my heart here. I'm really concerned with these kids, not just my kid, if they do end up with a budget that only allocates maximum class sizes. I know this is still under discussion. I hear that you all want to put our children first, our students first, and focus on social emotional needs, and that's actually more important to me than learning loss. My kid is very bright. He used to love school. This past year, he's come home almost every day complaining of being bored in the classroom. I think some of that is the effect of just having to tend to such a variety of needs. And his classroom this year had 26 kids and a really wonderful teacher. So I don't think that's the issue. So I do appreciate all of your consideration when making budget decisions that really affect these kids in a deep way. And yeah, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Lonnie. Next blue card is Arlene.
Hi, my name is Arlene Corazon Rivera. Hola. I have a son in third grade, soon to be a fourth grader in Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. I am also concerned with the classroom size. I am a preschool teacher. I follow Title 5 and Title 22. My ratio is 1:8. And I understand the ratio for elementary grades is different. But if you also follow the educational field, you know that ratio matters. 1:30, it's insane. You're not gonna give quality education to the children. In your mission statement for Santa Rosa City Schools, you say ensure equitable access. How are you gonna do that? If you are proposing that budget, show me how you're gonna support the teachers. Be transparent and tell me how are you gonna support the individual needs of the 4th and 5th grade with the COVID learning gap. How is this gonna be a successful year? I'm all for it. I will support the teachers, I will support my school, but show me the plan. The school is not a multi-age classroom. Are you preparing? How is this gonna really happen? I know it happens. I know you have the home learning close by, a multi-age classroom, but I think there's many steps to get there, not just out of the sudden. I also understand that there's a loss of teachers moving and all of that. And if that is what you think is best, let us work on it together. Let's put an aid for the children that need it. Let's put more social emotional curriculum. I love the Charter for the Arts. They have a special program to allocate. So really work, get the other principal involved and involve us. We are concerned.
Thank you. Okay, I do not have any more blue cards on this issue. If we could, I guess, Adina, reach out to those in the online virtual world to see if there are people willing to speak for public comment on non-agenda items.
At this time, we will take public comment on non-agenda items from our virtual attendees. If you wish to make a comment at this time, please raise your virtual hand. And our first speaker is Mr. Mike Vonderporten.
Good evening. Hope to get down there and visit with you again one of these days. I want to draw your attention to a change at Santa Rosa Junior College. You may or may not have followed it, but that SRJC and all the JCs they are dropping non-transfer math and English classes. We know that about 50 to 60% of our students leave high school, and not just here, but around the state, 50 to 60% are not at grade level. And of course, it's math, which is the easiest to measure and the hardest to accomplish. By not offering these higher level classes, we're closing doors. There are no non-transfer classes starting this August. Yes, the push to get students into transfer classes is good. The SRJC math department has put out a statement about this. Take a look at this. Consider a young man or woman who has been working in the construction trade and decides it's time to get a contractor's license and knows that his or her math skills aren't up to snuff. There are no options at the JC. Or a young man or woman in healthcare seeking to get a CNA or an RN who needs math to get caught up. There's no options. Where do they turn? Private schools aren't going to be the answer. SRJC and the other JCs have slammed the door on these students. So the question is, can SRCS open the door? Do you have funds for extra adult education to deal with these students who are going to be lining up looking for an answer? How do we, and that's the big we, serve our community? How do we provide advancement opportunities for those who are many years behind in their math and English skills? How do we open doors? Can Santa Rosa City Schools bring any solutions to this table? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Von der Porten. And our next speaker is Abby. Abby, could you please state your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Abby Mooney, and I am a parent of a second and fourth grader at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. I'm the secretary of SACO, their parent organization. I'm a co-chair of their walkathon. I'm on the parent advisory board, and I'm also a teacher. Sorry, I'm also sick. I'm also a teacher in the county, not in your district. My concerns echo this concerns of the parents you've heard tonight. The class sizes that are being proposed are not in the best interest of our children. And I'm worried about that. I'd like to point out, for the sake of time, something else that has not been brought up, but our principal just resigned. And we all know that finding a new one could be challenging and a lengthy process. Classroom management, as a teacher, I have taught classes anywhere from 14 students to 31 students, and classroom management in a large class with one teacher is very difficult, especially when you combine that with what our kids are going through socially, emotionally from the past years of the pandemic and the fires. I would hate for a teacher to deal with classroom management issues that will inevitably be magnified by a large class with a new or temporary administrator that has zero rapport with students in the fall. I think that sounds like a recipe for disaster. So I want to bring up that point and just echo my concerns that the rest of the parents have said about large class sizes. I know that class scheduling is not happening yet, but your budget is being made right now and you are considering how many kids are enrolled. Please consider their well-being as you consider their enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. And our next speaker is Michelle Bain.
Hi, excuse me. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Thank you. I have a granddaughter who attends the Charter School for the Arts. She is going to be in 4th grade, and I have some serious concerns. The day before the Uvalde shooting, my granddaughter was bullied at the charter school. She decided she didn't want to be at school the next day, so she spent the day with me. And we talked about what was going on, and we put in a call to the principal. Had a great conversation with the principal, and she was working out the situation. But one of the things she informed me of was that this 3rd grade class, this particular 3rd grade class that you are going to put into increased numbered classrooms, is having had a very difficult year. Their social skills went downhill while they were in COVID home learning. If you're going to deal with bullying and 3rd graders that are not socially prepared to be in a classroom of 30 kids, we're going to have some serious problems. And we all know that this country is full of bullying in schools. I'd like to see this addressed in that manner. Take a look at this particular third grade class that had a lot of difficulties and make your decision based on the children, not on the financial part of it. It's really heartbreaking. I was a teacher at one time. I'm 73 years old. I'm looking at a 9-year-old girl who doesn't want to go to school half the time. And she loves school. So, and she's a good student. So I beg of you to take a close look at what you're doing to the students, because they are what matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bain. And our next speaker is Gina Javier.
Good evening, board. I'm also a parent of a first and a fourth grader at the Charter for the Arts School in Santa Rosa. Like the other parents and grandparents who have just spoken, I'm here to advocate for the children to have a smaller classroom size. And thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Gina. And our next speaker is Jess. Jess, could you please state your full name for the record?
Hi there, my name is Jessica Lee Howell, and I am a parent of 2 children that currently attend the art school. And I'm here just to express my concern about the bigger class sizes. I'm coming to ask you guys if you could provide us the research that you have that led to your decision to combine the students into bigger classrooms. Because of all the research studies that I found, none of it proved that children struggling academically would do better in a bigger classroom. There are several research studies that you can find online, and I'd like to share some of them. So one research study, it's titled "The Effects of Class Size and Adaptive Teaching Competency on Classroom Processes and Academic Outcomes." Quote, "There were 49 teachers and 898 students looked at. Smaller classes led to higher academic learning progresses, better knowledge of the students, and better classroom processes. Adaptive teacher competency remained relevant in smaller classes. That is, class size and the teacher quality were independently important." Another article titled "Examining the Effect of Class Size on Classroom Engagement and Teacher-Pupil Interaction." Quote, "It examined 686 pupils in 49 schools at both the primary and secondary levels. Smaller classes led to pupils receiving more individual attention from teachers, having more interactions with them. Classroom engagement decreased in larger classrooms, and this was particularly marked for lower attaining pupils, so the children who were struggling academically. Low attaining pupils can benefit from smaller classes in terms of more individual attention and facilitating learning." And this was cited in the Journal of School Psychology. I know I'm out of time here, but I was just going to say, if you give us no other option, can you please allow volunteers to come back to the classrooms? Because that could be a source of an aid.
Thank you, Jessica.
these
Your
teachers.
2-minute time limit has been reached. And our next speaker is Beth Goodman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yes, I'm Beth Goodman. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts right now. However, with all of this, there's obviously our 4 classes will be shrunken to 3. So I will be moving to a different grade level. However, if we can keep 2 5th, 2 4th, I would love to stay in the 5th grade. I have been here in this district for about 9 years, and I came in with 36 5th graders with getting paid overage. And I'm used to big classes, but right now, this is not the time for big classes. When I taught the big classes, it was really hard. Now I've had 22 kids for a few years, and especially this last year, it has given me the ability to reach those kids in ways that I would not be able to do so with big classes. I could hold intervention groups. I can work one-on-one with students. Those kids who have big emotional needs, I could call them over, work with them, one-on-one, work with them and talk to them in their group, those groups who needed that emotional support. There's no way I could do that with 32 kids or over. And that is one big reason why I'm switching grade levels if this happens. But most of all, I'm really concerned about the kids. I'm really concerned about all those kids who I don't even know yet, who are coming up from 3rd and 4th grade, and all the families who will be affected by this. And I know that their education will suffer from this. So I ask you to please give them small class sizes, whoever their teachers may be. The class sizes must be small for them to get what they need. And right now what they need is academic support like never before and social emotional support like never before. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And our next speaker, I apologize in advance if I pronounce this incorrectly, is Heike Gwinnett.
Hi, yes, my name is Heike Gwinnett. I'm a parent of a 4th grader and a 2nd grader coming this year. And I'm concerned that it would come through with the big classes together, 4th and 5th grade mixed. Also concerned then that it could stay like this for my daughter, who is then in 2nd grade. And I was extremely disappointed to hear about this, and it made me angry and sad because I thought that the student comes first and not the budget. I am concerned because my son frequently came to me saying he's bored at school, and he has sometimes a hard time focusing because there's too much going on. And that was in the 3rd grade class. That was, I think that was mentioned here already, hard to be managed. It was chaotic in that class, and bullying happened also to my son. And I made sure to talk to a teacher that he can go with a friend in a class where he has more of a chance to learn better, because he is anxious about math. He feels like he can't keep up. And in a big classroom, he will not have a chance to keep up in math. He will not have a chance to focus. And I was really hoping that in a class size of 22, 23 children, again, that the chaos would go down. I mean, we just changed schools the last year from Rincon Valley School District, and I was hoping for a better school experience. And if this is what we are getting now, I may have to consider to changing schools again. So I really plead here for a lower students and lower amount of students.
Thank you. Your time limit has been reached. And President Sheffield, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Adina. Okay, well, and I just want to say thank you to all who spoke during public comment with issues and concerns. We're going to move on to agenda item C8, special presentation for 21-22 retirees. So tonight the board is recognizing and commending our retiring district employees. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Shepard, who is going to kick off this presentation.
Thank you, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board. It's my pleasure to deliver this special presentation to recognize our retiring employees. On behalf of Santa Rosa City Schools, I would like to welcome all of you here today as we honor our most laudable retirees. Today, we pay tribute to 45 individuals who have contributed 843 combined years of expertise, time, and passion to the Santa Rosa City Schools District. Their impact on the lives of students, colleagues, and the community will be felt for generations. While we wish them well in their next endeavors, we cannot help but feel saddened by this loss of experience and dedication to our students. It is with profound respect and sincerity that we as a district say thank you for making the lives of our students richer and fuller.
Well, thank you to the mighty 45. And Mike, how many accumulated hours was that? Sorry to make you go back. That's significant. That is a serious number. I love this number when we hear these do this presentation at the end of the school year. But you just think about that many hours and that much dedication and that much hands-on teaching that go into preparing our students and sending them on their ways. So with that number, it's something that to me is significant and just means all that much more in gratitude to these retirees. All right, we are going to move on our agenda item to our report items. D1, a California School Employees Association report. So we have CSEA President Mary Lehman.
President Lehman is joining us online, and I have brought her over as a panelist.
Great, thank you. Hello, President Lehman, welcome.
Hello, good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trinnell, board members, classified staff, teachers, students, and the community. We are hoping you're watching at home on Zoom too. Our members want to thank our 21 retiring classified staff for the time they devoted to our school community over the years. We wish them an enjoyable and relaxing retirement. We would like to wish all retirees and those leaving us at this time health and happiness, whatever their next chapter in life brings. We are busy preparing for many summer programs being offered to our students at our schools starting next week. Be sure and sign your students up. Today, we completed the first June Classified Employee Professional Development Day. We would like to thank Cindy Brennan and Tammy Alfonso for making it happen. I took a class titled Dealing with the Elephant in the Room. I listened and learned. We're looking forward to continuing negotiations with the district next Wednesday. Don't forget to wear blue. And I want to thank everyone here and let you know that you are appreciated for listening to our school community. Have a safe summer.
Thank you, President Lehman. And now we're going to have a report from Santa Rosa Teachers Association President Katherine Howell. And Katherine's in-house. Welcome, Katherine.
Thank you. Good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, members of the community that are listening at home. There's a big agenda tonight, and in front of you is a co-teaching MOU that we worked really hard on. A lot of negotiating, a lot of compromise. There are some things in it that we're very proud of. One is the voluntary participation on the part of co-teachers with the district and the association recognizing that this is a partnership that teachers need to enter into, willing to do the hard work, to communicate with each other, and to make a really great learning experience for our students. We're also very appreciative of the compensation for these teachers, the extra compensation to give them time to collaborate together, to plan lessons, to plan assessments, to plan everything that needs to be done on top of their regular planning for their other classes. And we're very appreciative of the quarterly evaluations of this new program so that we can sort of check as we go. This is a one-year pilot, and we need to make sure that it's doing what we want it to do and that our students are succeeding as they participate in this new co-teaching model. It's not that new, it's been around for about 3 years now, but this is our first MOU around it. But we need to keep in mind that in addition to co-teaching, we need to continue to embrace multiple teaching models for all of our students, especially students with IEPs, to make sure that they truly are getting individualized education plans for them and that the classes are meeting the students where their needs are. And so we also are bringing forward a really large pile of bell schedule MOUs tonight. And thank you, hopefully, that you will approve those all. It's an odd little setup, our bell schedules, but what it does, again, is it gives each school the opportunity to create individualized learning experiences for the students at that school. And, you know, block schedules at Carrillo and a regular 6-period day at Santa Rosa High School and common planning time at many of our elementary schools, and all of these things that are helpful to the students and the teachers alike. We probably in the future need to come up with a way to integrate some of these things into our contract, but that's a topic for another day. I'm glad to see the A to G completion improvement grant plan again in front of you. That's a pretty small amount of money over the course of 4 years, but what it has done, hopefully, is brought questions up into all of your minds about how well our A to G is working. I think a lot of the statistics have been shocking and showing that there are definite problems with A to G that $1.4 million over 4 years is not going to fix. So I hope that this board continues to look at A to G very closely, realize that what has happened is that support classes have actually been removed at many of our schools in this A to G implementation, especially in math and English. The failure rates are shocking. We've seen that at this board meetings, and it really is time to go deeper and have a really deep conversation about the A to G policy, what our district goals are, and how are we going to, I think the goal in the LCAP is to triple the graduation rate from what it is right now, right? So that's going to be a tough conversation. Speaking of the LCAP, thank you for the additional input. We had some Zoom meetings. They weren't very well attended, but they definitely were attended, and we appreciated them. And I'm going to pull out a special thank you that's near and dear to my heart. For the first time ever, the LCAP is including money to go directly to school libraries. It's only $30,000. It's $2 per student, which is about 1/8 of a book. But, you know, it's a start. 22 years ago, when I started in this district, there was actually money from the state. What's the word I'm looking for? When they categorical money is what I'm looking for, right? They went straight to the libraries. When the categorical funding ended, so did the funding to libraries. So this is a step in the right direction. $2 per student is a tiny, tiny drop in the bucket of what our libraries need, but I am going to say thank you for that. Just as a special, I'm so happy to see that there kind of thing. Sympathize with all of the parents who spoke this evening just recently about the large class sizes and combo classes. I've been talking all year about the need to eliminate, to minimize, and those combo classes truly have been not eliminated, but minimized at many of our school sites. And I hope that we can certainly do the same thing for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, for all of the reasons that our parents so eloquently put forward for you this evening. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, President Howell. Agenda item D3, our superintendent report. Superintendent Trunnell, any report?
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? All right. I want to start by acknowledging being here in the chambers today, as it's been a long time since we were here last. And I want to thank the city for our partnership to allow us the opportunity to be here. I also want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the graduating class of 2022. It was so nice to see our seniors taking that literal next step in their life journey. And I also want to take a moment, like President Sheffield, to celebrate and give gratitude to our families, our staff, and each individual student's support systems that helped them in this achievement. Last, I want to take a moment to, and I'm very honored to introduce our next student board member, Julie Bowie, who is here with us on the dais this afternoon. Julie was born and raised in Santa Rosa. She attended Biella Elementary, Pioneer Olivet, Charter School and is currently a senior at Pioneer High School. Julie's special interests include basketball, extracurricular activities like being president of the California Scholarship Federation Club at Pioneer. She's passionate about STEM education, and she's a fanatic, in fact. She is a Pioneer, she was a Pioneer STEM prospect as a junior, and she advocates for lifelong learning. Julie's future plans include attending a four-year university, and her major is undecided. We are introducing Julie tonight, and she is attending to observe and listen during our board meeting. She will not be voting on any items tonight, as she will be sworn in as a board member at a future board meeting. Welcome, Julie.
Welcome, Julie.
Very excited to have you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Turnell. We are now on D4, President's Report. I'll just be brief. I very much enjoyed attending graduation at Ridgeway last week with Superintendent Turnell. It's my favorite day of the year, and it was just a special moment to see all of those graduates and their families out there celebrating. And I'm just these are a couple of things maybe of interest for parents and family going into the summer to keep those younger minds active. I bring this up at the start of summer every year about the Sonoma County Library Summer Reading Challenge. This is a great way to keep your kids reading, keep their minds active throughout the summer. It runs through August 13th. Participants log the minutes that they read throughout the summer, and then they either submit them physically at the library or they use an app that's available through Sonoma County Library's website. And then the participants can win prizes. My kids love this. They win a prize at the end of the summer. We've already got them started on it. And then running parallel to this is a favorite of mine. This is Congressman Mike Thompson's Summer Reading Challenge. And this is something that he offers to all of his constituents in the 5th Congressional District. And it's available for kindergartners, or sorry, pre-K through grade 8. And he holds this reading challenge every summer. He's been doing this for years. My kids participate. But what's really cool is at the end of the summer, they receive a congressional certificate recognizing that that they read, that they kept their minds going through the summer. And it's kind of a really cool honor. He did a little ceremony. This was 2 years ago, so it was still during the pandemic, where he recognized all the students online. You got to tune in virtually. But it's really great, and you can sign up. You can sign your little ones up on Congressman Thompson's website as well. Love it. Just a last minute push to keep those minds active, keep them engaged, keep them busy through the summer. And that's my report. Moving on to agenda item D5, board member reports. Board members, do we have reports? Just show of hands. I see Ever's hand quickly raised, and I also see Jill's hand. We'll go with you, Trustee Flores.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. I just want to say that I had the privilege to go to the Maria Carrillo High School graduation last week, and it was a phenomenal sort of ceremony. The speeches were short but sweet and moving. I want to give kudos to all the administrative staff and the teachers there, Principal Luke, and I was able to reunite with one of my former interns, who's the lead counselor there, Ms. Bartholo. So hi, Amy. So I just wanted to say that I had a wonderful time. Thank you.
Trustee McCormick.
Same. I had the honor of being present at Elsie Allen's graduation. It was fantastic. I hadn't been to one of Elsie's graduations before. Speakers were fantastic. Vice Principal Thornhill did a great job. And my favorite part was when any band member his name was read and they walked across the stage, the band like did this like drum roll and horns, and then they'd walk across the stage. So it was kind of fun because you never knew what was coming, and boy, did it wake you up. So it was awesome. So thank you for allowing me to do that, and congratulations to all the graduates.
Thank you. And Trustee De La Cruz?
Thank you. So I just wanted to give Elsie Allen and the CTE Foundation a shout out for having been awarded American Rescue Plan Act funds through the County of Sonoma's process. I didn't have anything to do with making that decision. I want to make that clear, but was really excited to see that the process that we did design to make sure that communities that were disproportionately impacted by COVID have particular and directed resources to really address an equitable recovery. So excited to see what Elsie will do and really looking forward to that. And then just the second part of my report, I was really proud to serve at Santa Rosa High School's graduation last week. One of my favorite moments of school boarding is working graduation and just looking into the eyes of every student who crosses that stage. And the combination of love and pride and confidence and nerves and excitement, just all of it in one place. And congratulations to all the students. The speeches again were fabulous, moving, and just really filled me up with all kinds of love for the kids who have not only survived, some of the most difficult times in our history, but who really show that they are thriving despite we're in the face of all of those challenges. So, and a special shout out to Principal Clissold and her incredible staff who were just so fun to hang out with and who really love what they do. And that was so evident from the joy and the pride that they showed and they felt at graduation. So thank you so much for probably like the single best day of school boarding ever every year. And it was really exciting to do that too after a couple of years of not being able to.
Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. We have Trustee Manieri.
Yeah, I was able to be at two really amazing events last Friday. The first being at CCLA. So big thanks to the parents who reached out and invited me to be in that space. It was really, it was such an incredible moment to be at CCLA's first 8th grade promotion for students who have started at CCLA and gone through every single grade level and are now transitioning into high school. So that was a really special moment. And they were also joined by Councilwoman Esther Lemos. So that was a really special moment as well. And then in the evening, I got to go to Montgomery High School's graduation. The speeches were also incredible. I think this graduating class just has so many incredible speakers and writers. And what was the most special about that was that I actually got to present my cousin who graduated from Montgomery High School with her own diploma. And so that's just a really memorable thing. We'll both never forget about that. So thank you to all of the staff who make these events possible, and to all of the just our community for showing up and really celebrating these amazing young people who are taking these next steps.
Thank you, Trustee Manieri. And Trustee Fong?
Thank you, President Sheffield. I was honored to go to Piner's graduation, and Principal Desiderio, like all the principals, have done a really good job with their graduations. And the speaker was a valedictorian, and her speech was called "You Are Enough." And it really was emotional because, when we're thinking about the kiddos who just have lost so much, and her message to them that you are enough, no matter your GPA, no matter your extracurriculars, no matter what, you are enough because you are you. And that was a great speech. And I know I shared it with you. What I really want to say is that the culmination of a person's high school experience means their kindergarten experience, their primary years experience, their middle school. It's everybody. It's every single person who has participated in their educational journey along with their families. So it really is a community celebration, and we're so proud of them. And they are rightfully proud of themselves. Those kids in those gowns, holy smokes, you put on a gown and a cap that nobody else wears unless they're dressing up for Halloween or something, is so emotional. And we also got to see that. So congratulations to everybody.
Now we're going to go back to Trustee De La
I'm
Cruz.
sorry, I forgot one
No,
thing.
no, no.
When Stephanie mentioned CCLA, I was so proud to march with CCLA's amazing float for Pride this past weekend. And just a special shout out to all of the school spirit, all of the kids and families who came out, who had so much pride in the way that they walked through the streets of downtown Santa Rosa. So just, again, huge shout outs to CCLA for their Si Se Puede attitude and that sense of orgullo. So happy Pride.
Thank you for adding that. You know, for those of us who have the privilege, we were able to go to these graduations, and maybe for those of us who've been on the board for a bit longer, you know, it just every year it just gets better. This is like it really is like the Super Bowl for us. You know, this is our day. This is the feel-good day when you try to find things that, you know, especially in education right now and the craziness of the world right now, those rewards, and it's graduation. That's the big reward, especially after this year. So I just wanted to add that. So thank you, trustees, for your reports tonight, giving us updates. We are going to move on to agenda item D6. Do we have a CSBA report tonight?
I don't, but I think Director Fong has a short report.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Fong.
I think we will be bringing you a CSBA report in the future. And for everybody who doesn't know what that is, California School Board Association, that's the association that all of us belong to, the same way the teachers belong to their union, although it's not a union, or administrators belong to Association of Administrators. And the big thing that this organization does is that it lobbies at the state level. And when we're looking at the kinds of things that we have to do and our hands are being tied with budget, that is where the action happens. The legislative level, they're a strong lobbying body along with CTA, Teachers Association, along with the AXA, the administrators. And I think those three do a lot to help us with budgets, the COLAs, transportation bills, school lunch bills, everything, ethnic studies, class sizes. So maybe the next thing we need to lobby with CSBA and CTA is class sizes. Other states have done that. So that's the report. You'll be hearing more from us.
Good one. Thank you. Thank you. All right. With nothing else to report, we are going to move on to our E items, our discussion action items. We will start with E1, action item, public board meeting via teleconference per AB 361. Same old song and dance. The board will consider the continuance of conducting public meetings virtually, including the use of a hybrid model as allowed in Assembly Bill AB 361. I turn it over to you, Superintendent Trunell.
Superintendent Trunell, could we take a moment to do an interpreter change? Thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding me. I see it's 7 o'clock.
And we are all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Sheffield, members of the board, community, and staff. We bring forward to you what is becoming an every board meeting item just to ensure that we're staying in compliance and offering the opportunity for a hybrid option to attend our board meetings. I won't belabor this. This is something that we've been addressing each time. I will just note that our next meeting on June 22nd, because this chambers is not available for that meeting, we will be back at Santa Rosa High School. And with that, I will hand it back to you, President Sheffield.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. Okay, this is an action item. Board members, do we have questions? All right, we're going to go to public comment. Do we have folks in the audience who wish to speak to this item? I've not filled out a blue card, but we will take audience members. Okay, if we have folks participating virtually, we will take comments.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E1 on Zoom, which is public board meetings via teleconference per AB 361, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion, further questions or a motion.
President Sheffield, I'd like to move to adopt conducting public meetings virtually, including the use of a hybrid model as considered by AB 361.
Second.
All right, moved by Trustee De La Cruz, seconded by Trustee Coach. And we are ready for a vote.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Moving on to agenda item E2. This is another action item, approval of the Memorandum of Understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and the Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding co-teaching pilot. The board will consider approving an MOU reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding co-teaching. Presenting this agenda item, we have Assistant Superintendent Shepard. Turning it over to you.
Thank you, President Sheffield, members of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the community, and staff. I'm also echoing President Howell's comments. We're very pleased with this collaborative work. I will note that when we began this work, we celebrated our first return to in-person negotiations. So it was really nice to get together and see each other instead of through a little box on, a screen. And so this was a deep conversations that were had over several sessions. And so with that, I would like to present this for your consideration. Any questions that you have?
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Shepard. Board members, do you have questions regarding this agenda item? Questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. We have no hands raised to the audience, no blue cards. We will go to our virtual audience on agenda item E2 for public comment.
If there are any members of the public attending via Zoom and who would like to comment on item E2, approval of memorandum of understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding co-teaching pilot, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. All right, bringing it back to the board for discussion, further questions or motion.
I do have a question.
Okay.
So when I read through this, I know there is a lot of time that goes into this, so thank you. And thank you for also putting in place the ability to do trainings. But I did not see, and I don't know if I missed it in there, specific trainings about subject matters that teachers are not particularly comfortable with, i.e. math and science. Is there any discussion as to how to deal with those specific subjects?
So the training that we are offering will center around co-teaching strategies and differentiation. And the teachers will naturally select volunteer based on their preference. For example, a special education teacher who may have an affinity for math, may go into a math class. And they also will have the ability to collaborate together. We've given them 15 hours to use at their discretion to work together after hours and be compensated for that kind of work.
So
Mr. Mazzara may have some additional.
Okay, so before you answer that, Dr. Mazzara, one of the things I've noticed too is that there hasn't hesitancy of certain teachers doing math and science, right? So how do we support our teachers who are not comfortable, because when you go to college for special education, that's your concentration, right? And we do have certain teachers that are not comfortable doing math and science. How do we support those teachers to make sure that they are there for our students, 100% of the time in a subject matter that they didn't go to school for?
Thank you for that. I've got two anecdotal pieces of information about that from teachers, and that is that they're coming into the classroom and they've perhaps never taught Math 1 to those students. And so as they come in as a pair, that gives them an opportunity to kind of learn it in the sequence of one co-teaching pair that worked for 3 years now. First year was just listen and learn and find out what's going on. Second year was partially share. Third year, they were up in the front doing things. So I think one of the things that naturally will happen is the long-term connection that happens with the co-teaching. Things are learning that way specifically. To your question also about trainings. So we're already beginning to work with trainings in the fall for teachers that have already paired for a couple of years. So one of the things that SRTA expressed very importantly, we listened to and we think heard, is that they like to get to the point where we are training our own people. And we've had a number of people that now have gone through it for 3 years. So we're doing that. We're doing one more round of the outside trainer that we've done for 3 years for consistency. But then beginning in October, we're going to try to look. There are two pairs that have come forward already. One of them is a science pair and one of them is a history pair. And so those co-teaching pairs will then begin to work with other teachers that are new to it or interested in it. Assistant Superintendent Shepard mentioned the 15 hours. So that's an example of how we're going to use the 15 hours, that they can work with these identified pairs that have been doing it for a while and learn how to do that better, learn the subject matter as they get there. I think there's those of us that have been in the classroom, there's no better way than actually having to prepare and do the lesson. And I think doing it in a safe environment with two professionals there and the working of a voluntary pair, we feel that's a very strong way for teachers to learn.
Thank you. Going back over here. So, and then did you say this is a 1 year MOU, right? So, and you did talk about a 2-year model. So how does that work? Are we going to renew this MOU next year as well?
We absolutely are. And that's part of what I think Katherine Howell made mention of. We're going to look at quarterly. We're going to look at data in schools. One of the things we talked about, we didn't write it in the MOU, but there's kind of agreement. We're going to look at grade data. So we had feedback from a pair at Piner High School who have been teaching science. And they, the one classroom that they're in together, when they compared average grades between the other periods for the gen ed teacher, that period had a 20% increase in average GPA. And that's the kind of example of the rising tide, all ships are rising. Excuse me for screwing that metaphor. But the idea is then that as more teachers kind of get involved in that, then we will have a continuation of increased sizes, increased grades across all categories when we can get students and teachers working together.
So the one suggestion I have, and I know this has already been discussed and agreed to, is to make sure that we have a system in place to assess how well our teachers are feeling in terms of the co-teaching model, right? I did see that there are quarterly meetings that you'll have here, but that's great information for us to find out if how to shift and how to support those teachers to make sure that they're in turn helping our students. So thank you.
Welcome.
And just real quick, Steve, while we have you, will the board will then be seeing these updates? You say every quarterly there's going to be some.
We'll produce a document that kind of shows
that's all
like
that we
the things
need.
and bring it as an information item.
Perfect.
Because we actually, we'll have to make some decisions by about the third quarter, March, on positions and how we're going forward. So I think it was very important that SRTA brought this to us. So by February, March, we kind of know if this is going to go forward or not, so we can begin to negotiate any changes.
And as you know, we're a pretty hands-on board, so we like to see the data, we like to see the information and see where we stand. So thank you. Yes, we have Trustee Fong and then Trustee McCormick, Trustee Coach.
I want to praise the district and our union for putting this together and praise the teachers who are willing to do the co-teaching model, because really I've seen this in action in other districts and it's been phenomenal. It's rising tide floats all boats.
Thank you.
It is.
Once a teacher-
Congratulations and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Fong and Trustee McCormick.
I would just like to make a motion that we approve the approval of memorandum of understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding co-teaching, the co-teaching pilot.
Second.
All right, moved by Trustee McCormick, seconded by Trustee De La Cruz, and we are ready for a vote.
I just have one last comment.
Oh,
I
yes.
noticed, and I didn't want to pull this item because I didn't want the meeting to go longer, but since we have an MOU as an action item or discussion item, and I noticed there's another MOU as an informational or action in our action agenda. I think it would be prudent for all MOUs to, actually it was in our consent agenda, for all MOUs to be brought up as a discussion item instead of put them in the consent items. I just like the consistency of making sure that we have the opportunity to discuss. I know I could have pulled it, but I didn't have any questions for that one, just for transparency's sake.
Noted for consideration. Thank you. And now we are ready for a vote.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Steve. Moving on to agenda item E3. This is a discussion item, Universal Transitional Kindergarten Plan. The board is to receive a report on the California Universal Pre-Kindergarten Initiative and the Santa Rosa City Schools Plan that outlines the details around expansion of the Universal TK Plan in the district. Joining us this evening, we have Kelly Dillon, we have Alyssa Haley, and we have Janelle Plack. Hello, welcome. Oh, hello, Aaron. And
That's never
and we have surprises.
Well, yes, Janelle Plack isn't able to be with us today because she is not, but we have Aaron Patterson with us today. So we'd like to welcome that. Okay.
I don't think
We
your
are on
mic is
point. All right, there we
All
go.
right.
Can you
So,
hear me? I'm not quite sure, Adina, how to display the presentation. I apologize. It's, sorry, I have it, but I'm not.
Oh, I can start.
Yes, go right
Okay.
ahead.
So good evening, President Sheffield. Well, hold on, good evening. And good evening, Superintendent Trinnell and all board members. I don't do things ordinary. So in front of you, you do have something. You have a bag. And when we teach transitional kindergarten, we think about things developmentally. I want you to take yourselves back to your 4-year-old self. I know that was yesterday. So I want you to think about making meaning of that bag. You might think it's a birthday present. You might think it's a gift bag. But you're noticing that your friends have different colors, different shapes. There's shapes on the bags, they're different colors. You're making meaning. Now open the bag.
They already did.
You ain't, those that didn't.
They're 4-year-olds.
They're 4-year-olds, exactly. Open your bag, take out the Play-Doh and play with it. Once again, you are building hand strength, developing fine motor skills. That's going to help you when you learn to use a crayon. You hold a pencil. You're learning how to count. You're learning how to use scissors. It can also be calming, which goes into our social emotional learning. It encourages creativity, supports literacy, counting, shapes, descriptions, and much, much more. This is often referred to as play-based learning. So we are very excited to present to you our transitional kindergarten update and universal plan for transitional kindergarten. But before we do that, I have to acknowledge, I wish everybody else could see these amazing people. And I'm going to have you stand, the TK team, please. Yes. That not only work with our youngest students, but met together to develop this plan. Their knowledge and their expertise is what we relied on, and we're very grateful for all they do.
Thank you. All right, good evening. We are here tonight presenting the TK plan because California, our state, with the support of our governor and state government, is creating policy that supports increased access to early childhood education for all students, acknowledging the positive impact that high quality early learning opportunities have on students. I think many of us have been waiting for this for a long time. This commitment recognizes the importance of starting with our youngest students, recognizing that access to early childhood education has proven impact on the long-term success of our students and community. Important is that now education and care for our 4-year-olds across the state will be a part of free public education, providing access for all, irregardless of the ability to pay for this service. This is a huge step forward in our state. By offering transitional kindergarten to students who will turn 4 by September 2025, we are creating more equitable opportunities for our families, regardless of background, race, family income, zip code, or immigration status. This presents just a brief timeline of some key kind of steps and dates along our way that have gotten us to where we are today. We first began transitional kindergarten, which Santa Rosa City Schools for a long time called Kinder Academy, back in 2013 and 14. And I'll just call to the crowd again, because I think many of these folks here today are TK teachers from the beginning, right? Yeah. Yes, yes. And so we are really proud of them and the work they've done all these years to serve our students and also to be working with them on this plan. You'll see that more recently in AB 130 legislation, our governor included, amongst many other things, the extension of the dates to expand our early learning in our public schools. I think this is a little blurry, sorry about that, but it is an important timeline because it shows how the TK, expanded TK, is to roll out over several years. And in Santa Rosa City Schools, we are expanding as the state has laid out with students next year, the expansion by 2 months. So little by little over the years until we reach 2025, 26, we are increasing the number of students who will have access to education in our public schools. Ultimately, inviting students who are 3-year-olds whose birthday, 4th birthday occurs by September 1st. So we will have, by the 25-26 school year, we will have 3-year-olds on our school campuses, which is exciting. I think something else to notice that's not here that I do want to point out is that part of the legislation also sets staff to student ratios, and which we have not had in our TK classroom specifically. And so the ratio for next year is 12 students to 1 staff member. And it is expected, although not confirmed, that the state will move to a 10-to-1 ratio next school year. That's all part of the expanded TK.
So the team made up of our teaching staff, classified staff, and administration came together to work on the plan that was guidelines by the state, working in the vision of coherence, community engagement and partnerships, focusing on workforce recruitment and professional learning, curriculum instruction, assessment, and facility services and operations. So when we came together and really looked at our vision and mission, we really wanted to align it with that of Santa Rosa City Schools, making sure that we view the whole child as assets and the assets that they bring to our school. I heard a quote today that said 50% of our curriculum are walking through the door. And that really is important to remember when we have our transitional kindergarten students at age 4 walking through our door as well. So we make sure that we want to provide developmentally appropriate curriculum, aligning it with the preschool foundations and the learning frameworks. We want to make sure that we have a nurturing environment, focus on social emotional learning, school readiness, literacy, number sense. We want them to be able to be successful when they go to kindergarten and beyond. We value creating that bond and bridge between preschool and kindergarten. So an important part is really working with our after-school partners to offer extended learning opportunities to our TK students and K students in the upcoming school year, along with the knowledge that we know that we have a capacity of students that we can serve in those programs, and they will be on a priority needs-based. Students are offered a 9-day transitional kindergarten day as guidelines in the state. And so we want to make sure that you know that all of our elementary schools are currently planning on a TK program that includes the Arts Charter. Students' academic school day will mirror that just as it does now of a kindergarten class, with 220 minutes of academic instruction, 20 minutes of nutrition play break, and a 40-minute lunch and play break. We will continue to partner with North Bay's Children's Center, along with Head Start, and of course, our Lewis Early Learning Academy. With the knowledge that we know that we don't have the ability to serve all of our students after school, we really will focus on the needs-based. Students with disabilities will continue to be served through our partnerships with North Bay Children's Center and our Lewis Early Academy, as well as in our general education when appropriate. Working with our workforce recruitment, we will continue to strive to hire the best and retain the best staff that we can. With the new teacher requirements by the Department of Education of having 24 early childhood education units moving forward, we will provide opportunities for our teachers to gain those units and support new hires with that as well. We wrote a new instructional assistant position specifically geared to supporting our transitional kindergarten students. As mentioned, our staffing supports are very important. So we joined the County SCO consortium in applying for the Early Educator Teacher Development Grant. I get tongue-tied with that one, from the state. So as a consortium, it's with our district and other districts around the Sonoma County to provide opportunities for teachers to be trained, get professional development, because we need to know how to really make sure we're providing the best education for our students. We will provide, well, we have and will continue to support collaboration for staff to come together and plan. Tomorrow, we are even having members from the Early Childhood Education Department at SCO come to meet with our transitional kindergarten teachers to work on the revisions that they're doing on our CCD curriculum. And we encourage attendance at other professional developments as well. Several of us, along with administrators, attended over 4 trainings at SCO this past few months. So we know as district leaders, we need to make sure that we continue to provide professional development, partner with with Head Start, with North Bay Children's Center, with other partners to serve our community. That includes Boys and Girls Club and also our after-school care through the district. And we are, as a district leadership team, we are committed to do that.
Thank you. My name is Erin Patterson. I'm a TK teacher at Helen Lehman Elementary. And just wanted to talk a little bit about the curriculum, instruction, and assessment that will be happening for TK as we continue on. I've been a member of the CCD committee for over 6 years, and I've been working hard on creating the curriculum for TK, and now having this change in the state has kind of reignited us working together and kind of getting us excited to be making those changes in the curriculum for TK. Our assessment will also be looking a little bit different. So there's a lot of revamping that's going to be happening with the meetings that we're going to be having through collaboration. I work at a marginalized school, and I'm just really excited to be able to offer this program to more 4-year-olds in our community. I feel that it will just help us to be able to reach students to help them with that school readiness that they absolutely need. So looking forward to our changes that are happening, and we're all excited to be a part of it. So.
I did realize that we were talking in acronyms. So CCD is our collaborative
curriculum design.
That
units of study.
Our units of study that we use that bridge everything together. Lastly is our facility services and operations. So we really focused on principals identifying where bathrooms are. I know that seems kind of like, but it is important for transitional kindergartens to have bathrooms inside the classrooms. And if they're not inside the classroom, are they close by? So there were some moves that had to be made to make sure we accommodate our students. We also made sure that the proximity to the play yard and making sure that it was for TK and kindergarten students to have a special area designated for them to play. And we will continue to offer transportation, all the sites that currently do. And they also made sure to schedule staggered lunches, staggered recesses, to really make sure that you have the TK students and the kindergarten students really clustered together for a supportive environment.
All right, so we are very proud of the work that's been done to create this TK plan and to support these new requirements in this transition. And just, oftentimes legislation comes our way and it comes and we have to kind of turn on a dime. Sometimes it has to be enacted quickly. And so you have to kind of rally folks together. And I'm really proud of how quickly people did that and how eager people were to be a part of the process and to dig into all the requirements of the plan, which I know you saw and have access to. It was a lot of work to really come together and see where we're at, where we need to go, and to make sure we're keeping our students and families at the center at all times with that planning. I am really proud of this team, the TK team, the CCD. I think many of you who've been on the board know that I hold that collaborative curriculum design pretty close to the heart, simply because from the beginning, that was work that I did with these folks. And I know you all have really busy schedules. And I do want to say we are meeting tomorrow and Friday from 9 to 2 in the Staff Training Center. If anyone feels inspired to stop by and you'd see this team as well as other teams working really hard on their curriculum. And so we have lots of things to celebrate today and are happy to share that with you. So looking forward, I don't know that we really articulated this, but this plan is a living document. It's not kind of a one and done, complete, create and share and adopt. In fact, this is a discussion item tonight because it's really presented as a living document that we will continue to work on, to add to, and to evolve. And we fully expect the state to kind of continue to add guidance, hopefully maybe some support to school districts in putting this in place, and really commit to continuing to work with our Santa Rosa City School team, the county office, who has been really great and helpful, as well as our ECE partners out in the community. We believe firmly in the positive impact that this is going to have on our schools, on our families, and our community. And looking forward to sharing more with you along the way. So with that, we turn it back over to the board.
There we go. We will bring it back to the board for questions. But before we do, what'd y'all make with the Play-Doh?
There you go.
I'm still creating, but I would like to note that But Stephanie, I also learned how to
Continue to
share
create.
today, and we're
I made
making
an arepa.
multicolored creations.
Oh,
Made
right.
an arepa. A little arepita.
You're
Thank-
missing out,
thank you for the
Omar.
gifts.
Yeah, okay, we have some questions. First, we had trustee Flores and then trustee Fong.
Not agree too. So can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. This is very thorough and I'm looking forward to seeing those, those little kids on campus. Are there any, do you foresee any capacity issues in terms of facilities for next year or thereafter?
Not for next year, no, and not for the year after. And we have to remember that when we look at the projections, those are projections countywide. And so those are students that could come to our schools. And often a student might not be coming to our school because they might have history with a preschool program that they continue, so they, it is a family's choice and it is an offering. And I think at this time, I always look to Erin because I was fortunate enough to be a principal at the site she works at. And her class always impacted, And so, yes, I do think our teachers, and offer a lot. And so people will want to come. And I think that's something we've got to take day by day.
Great. So this is for the district probably. I just want to be mindful that, for year 3, we need to make sure that we have the capacity for that. And that's more of a long-term sort of strategic plan, but I just want to make sure that we're not caught without the capacity to house our incoming, TK classes. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Flores and trustee Fong. And then we'll have trustee De La Cruz.
Yes, thank you. The excitement is really palpable. Thank you, all of you who would work on this. I've already personally tried to sign up 2 little kids for TK next year, so we know about that. My question is more about funding. I don't know if you guys are, should I ask that of you or superintendent?
We can try.
You can try. Okay, so it's kind of along with trustee Flores. So the structure, the bathrooms, the playgrounds, are we needing more from the state?
I mean, dare I say, yes. I believe we do. We have gotten some money from the state. I think the board report provides I don't have it in my mind right now, a couple $100,000 or so that's in the board cover page that we did receive. I would say it's a drop in the bucket, probably, to be quite honest, as we continue to expand. Like Elisa said, we're doing, I think, well now. We have the facilities. We do, as you'll see in our LCAP, dedicate monies to things like instructional materials, curriculum that can support the TK expansion as well. But I think ultimately the increase in staffing, perhaps, as the classes increase and as we need more facilities, will be a cost that we will need to.
And then just a quick question. Every classroom will also have an instructional assistant?
If they, at this time, the ratio is 12 students to 1. So if a class is above 12, yes, it will need an instructional assistant. And we anticipate that will go to 10 to 1. So we expect that most TK classes will end up being a teacher and an instructional assistant.
And then finally, you mentioned, Director Haley, you mentioned a SCO grant. I'm wondering if this is a state mandate, why are we having to ask for grants?
Well, that's a great question. And one that I really don't have a real answer for. That is not sarcastic, so I apologize for that.
One of those unfunded mandates.
But it is applied for, and our staff has been going already and getting things done. And it is a concern when something is said now on top of this. In order to teach this program, you have to have these units. So
Again, I want
think
to thank the team for doing this despite some of the shortcomings from the state of California. And that is what CSBA and CTA and AXA need to do. We're lobbying at the money level, right?
And I can say, I hope I can say, I think we are committed to accessing those grant opportunities when they come up. I mean, but we'll have to wait and see which ones they put forth for us.
Sending all of you flowers.
It's beautiful.
like to add to the question about the funding. This is a non-funded mandate. However, I do understand that there are conversations happening and advocacy happening around the potential additional support. So we're just waiting to see what happens next in those conversations.
We are effectively adding an entire grade level to a K-12 system, right? So legislate, people, lobby, right?
We have Trustee De La Cruz and then Trustee Manieri.
Thank you, thank you. This is so exciting. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about how we're utilizing existing sites who are just doing amazing work with North Bay Children's Center. Like I loved visiting the early childhood education program at Steel Lane, and I know that that's just such a rich place for us to learn from. So just wanting to hear a little bit more about how we're taking advantage of all the amazing work that's already been done in our early childhood programs. And then my second question is around, this feels like such an amazing way to create a pipeline for our students at higher levels to come into that early childhood education opportunity. And if there's any way for us to, utilize high schoolers who are excited about education to come in and to work with, arguably the cutest kids in elementary. But just wondering about some of those possibilities around, additional credits for high schoolers who are interested in jumping into early childhood education, the opportunities for pipeline development through the JC and the SSU, with the focus on culturally responsive bilingual childhood supports, because I know that our demographic is heading in that direction. And so just making sure that we are doing everything that we can to build that culturally responsive bilingual pipeline as well. And then, that thing just leads me to a comment more than a question. And, one of the things that we do a lot in the equity world is we don't say regardless of, we say with loving regard to, right? Because the reality is when you're doing equitable education, you know who your kids are, and you know that depending on where they come from, what language they speak, and whether or not they're immigrants, they're going to have different needs and different experiences. And so, want us to kind of lean into the idea that we are actually, lovingly taking regard to the things that make our kids need slightly different things. And then, similarly, we are the institution, and so we can decide whether or not a school is marginalized or pulled into the middle and, surrounded with resources and that love. So I really appreciate your recognition that, you're pouring your heart and some, really important time into a school that has long sat on the edges of our system. And so, what I want to do in this moment is just invite us to say, this is not a school that will be marginalized any longer. What we're going to do is pull schools like that right into the middle as we design, for this new group of children who I'm super psyched about adding into our system. Sorry, I have one more question. This is around funding, and I'm just wondering if this new grade level is going to go to ADA. Maybe that's a question more for Rick. What is the ultimate long-term, sustainability for the funding structure? And does this in some ways, address some of the challenges that we're having with enrollment? And how are we using some of that planning to figure out what that does for our overall system as a whole to kind of build in something that parents have long told us they desperately need? So super excited about this. Thank you so much for your work and for the Play-Doh. This is so awesome.
I don't have the answer to all of those. I will definitely follow up with the board to ensure that we have some clarity around all of that.
I can speak to your initial question, which was around our kind of partnerships with North Bay Children's Center and some of the other state preschool programs. We are really lucky that we have North Bay Children's Center on our Steel Lane and Monroe campuses. And I know as the former principal of Steel Lane, definitely the preschool is well integrated and connected to the school. So we have really good relationships with them and close relationships. I can say in the planning, a lot of our conversation right now has been mostly about logistical pieces, impact on their program, because it is important to talk about what the impact will be on our preschool programs as we take more of the 4-year-olds that they are used to serving. But we are committed to kind of continuing to keep them on our TK committee, involved in the conversation, because you are right, they are the experts in serving those students. So we want to maintain that strong relationship.
And we are doing that with Head Start as well.
All right, and trustee Manieri?
Yeah, Director De La Cruz kind of took my question about our own students and kind of building our own workforce. And my question was kind of a little bit more specific to the CTE programs that are going to be built at LC Allen High School. I know that when I was at LC Allen High School, there was a child development class, and I actually have friends who went through that. I think it was a couple of years. I don't remember how long you were committed to that class. Who are now instructional assistants in our district. And so I can see that direct pathway. So I think my question was exactly that, but then specific to LC Allen High School and the opportunity there that might exist. If there's been any thought about that.
That's a great point, and that's something that we definitely should consider. And so we're at the initial stages, and that's why it's really important to keep moving forward and remember that it is a living document and we can always do better.
Other board members?
Follow-up question. So in terms of facilities, going back to the facility questions, has there been any discussion at the district level to include that into the next bond measures?
We haven't gotten down to that granular level yet. We need to actually look at the feasibility of a bond measure before we start entertaining. And part of the content of that bond measure will include the feedback from the community and also with guidance from us on what we believe our needs are. So potentially it could be, yes.
I was just going to say, because TK is instrumental, right? And I think it will have a great draw from our parents and the parent community if we actually ask those questions during the polling, which is happening now. So just something to consider.
Okay, and oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Nope, go for it, Coach.
Couple of questions. When we get out to actually having 3-year-olds, does that then, are we still going to have the preschools, or is that going to take, do our preschools have kids below 3 years old in them?
Well, we will be taking the 3-year-olds that are on the cusp of being 4. So they are 3-year-olds that are turning 4 by September 1st. So
super old 3-year-olds.
They're like 2 weeks away from 4. So that will mean that our preschool programs, well, they will still serve 4-year-olds, I'm sure, because there will be families that elect to stay with programs that they know and are comfortable with, perhaps, but they will likely serve a greater number of 3-year-olds, which just like the 4-year-olds for us will be a shift. More of that will be a shift for them, but I think the overall picture, the broad picture, is that more students are going to get served in our communities.
Right. And are we also, is this a school by school? Maybe this is a school by school answer, but is this connected to a daycare after day school system? So we're going to now have preschool, TK, and then maybe even daycare also.
So we're required by the state legislation to provide 9 hours of care.
Okay.
So that is inclusive of the school day. So 6.5 hour school day, and then after. So we will, we have to offer it. We don't have to offer a seat to every student. That's why there'll have to be some priority. But that is part of the 9 hours of care. So we've already been working with our after school providers to prepare for that for next year.
Awesome. And is this, this is our plan, like Santa Rosa City Schools plan, and we're collaborating with SCO and some other organizations, or is this a SCO plan that we're?
It is our plan. So the state provided a template. And then we are required to answer the questions. So the questions are like guiding questions for us in the planning.
Awesome.
So every district creates their own.
And then this might be way too down in the weeds, but when they are going outside and playing on their designated playground that makes sense for them, is there actual like organized structured play or physical activity, exercise, like physical education built into the TK program?
Let Aaron speak to that.
Currently, most of the physical education happens in the classroom, mostly through dance and movement.
Awesome.
But outside, is a break for me.
Yeah, I bet.
No, I'm teasing. I do often, we have, most schools hopefully have some sort of equipment that is accessible for them as well. But it is absolutely in the works I'm just speaking to my principal yesterday about it, just trying to get some more things that are for them for play.
Yeah.
But yeah, the yard duty are definitely ready to be trained, and I choose the ones that want to work with little ones,
Yeah, yeah.
So it works out. Some sites might be different, but we try and work it out for the play equipment and stuff.
Great. And then my last thing, I'm just going to go into a comment, even though this questions. I really appreciate the focus and detail on the restroom bathroom issue. And because my oldest son, who's now about to turn 25, in preschool, when he was 3, the bathroom was not close to the classroom, and there was like a walk down the hallway, go around the corner, and he got out and was headed towards the main street, and luckily somebody saw him. So I mean, that was really terrifying to get. Nothing happened. It all worked out. It was safe, but that is something that is, I mean, they have to go to the bathroom every day. It's going to be a thing, and it's like a socializing development thing. And so I just appreciated when you said that, because that's just like that. And we dealt with that as a parent, and it was terrifying.
And I can speak to that too, as far as teaching in a classroom that has the bathroom on the outside of the classroom. What you do is you build a routine in place during the day where everybody sits on the bench and everyone tries to go to the bathroom. And you just take turns, and it takes probably 10 minutes, but you build the bathroom routine into your daily routine.
And to be fair, he's a wanderer, still is. So he likes to explore. So thank you so much for the whole presentation. Very exciting.
Right. Most of my questions have been answered. There was somebody had brought up ADA and how this works, and it sounds like Superintendent, you'll get back to us on. I mean, it really would be nice to have some type. It's hard to assess these things because we don't know what enrollment will look like, but that will help us definitely figure out things on the budget side of things. Another question that I had. One of you brought up the staff to student ratio at 12 to 1, but possibly soon to be 10 to 1 with support of the governor's initiative. Is that my understanding? And so is this a current state budget item that switched the ratio?
So it is part of the mandate of the TK programs, is that this year, for next year, it is a 12 to 1.
Right.
And then following that is 10 to 1.
That's a guarantee, that 10 to 1.
Well, so there's on many discussion, I sit on a lot of webinars. That's the hemming and hawing, that they're saying, yes, that it is for sure. And then they say, well, maybe it's not. So I think that noticing and taking notice of district's concerns of the staffing and making sure we have high quality staff, that is where it might be changed, but currently as it states, it is 12 to 1 the upcoming year, and from then on 10 to 1.
More advocacy work for CSBA, right? Okay, board members, this is a discussion item. We are going to go to public comment. Folks in the audience, not seeing any, we'll go out to the virtual world.
If there are any members of the public attending on Zoom who wish to comment on item E3, Universal Transitional Kindergarten Plan, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or questions. All good? Okay, so I just want to thank you all. Thank you to the TK team also for giving us this update. And we look forward to continued updates and good luck on this. This is great.
Thank you.
Thank you
You're
very
all going
much.
to come in and help, right?
Of course we are. That's right. And we'll bring Play-Doh and smelly markers.
But don't open your bag before you have direction to open your bag.
You put it in front of
I'm
us.
just
It's like
teasing.
Christmas,
I
you know?
That's what happens when they're 4. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, we are moving along to agenda item D4, discussion item. Learning supports for 2022-23. The board will receive information about systemic support for students learning in grades TK through 12. And we have joining us, let you guys work through this, sorry. We will have joining us, we have Tim Zelenardo and Kelly staying with us. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good evening. Let me make sure this is adjusted just a touch. Hello, hope you're doing well. And we're all ready to go here. All right, great. So good evening, Superintendent Trudell, President Sheffield, members of the board, and of course our Santa Rosa community. Thank you for having us here tonight. As we go through the trajectory of learning in Santa Rosa City Schools by talking about our youngest, our potential future youngest, to kind of other pieces of our system, we thought it would be important to include in that conversation an opportunity to stop and reflect about all the supports that are pervasive in the Santa Rosa City Schools district. I like to say they're often taken for granted, but provide the necessary and essential foundation for any student learning. And in reference to the A through G completion grant that'll be coming up in a little bit, we have to remember that all these parts fit together. They enmesh and work in synthesis for a cohesive whole. So that's what we're here to kind of briefly illustrate tonight. And with that, thank you very much. So in the following presentation, we know that there's broad services provided for students. We see these words used in many documents. We'll hear them referred to tonight. Having highly qualified staff, recognizing and building on, not just valuing, but building on and using student and family assets. You know, having an access to a variety of learning supports that adjust for individual need. We hear these references and more. I'm not going to read them all. And what's most important in thinking about those, thank you so much. And a thank you deeply to one of our colleagues, Karen Williamson, who helped us kind of create this presentation. It's a word I used earlier today with some members of our community here. We need to have a humanization in our system. We need to see things through a humanizing lens. And so tonight we want to consider our broad services through those humanizing lenses by thinking about individual students. These students won't be actual specific named people in our school system, but they're emblematic of students that we all know, care for, and work with on a daily basis. And the key is that whether it be Sophia in TK, or whether it be Gail in 12th grade, or somewhere in between, each of these students is relying on a wide diversity of supports to be as successful as possible. So now we'll turn to their individual stories.
Yes, to Sophia. And while each of our students' stories today and experiences are unique, we'd like to share with you through these vignettes what some of our students may experience, including the supports they receive. And we hope that these more personal stories help the board and the public get a better understanding of the many supports our district commits to providing our students. Let's begin with some of our youngest students. We were just talking about our TK students. So here is Sophia. She is a transitional kindergarten student who was born and raised in Santa Rosa. She lives with her mother, but her father has recently passed away. This is, as anyone would understand, led to trauma for both Sophia and her mom. And due to the recent age expansion, Sophia is able to begin TK this year in our public schools and enjoys circle time, listening to stories, and playing dress up and games. And we would like, instead of reading through the various supports, we would like you to take a moment to just take a look at some of the supports Sophia is receiving and the ways in which her mother is able to engage in the school community. So we'll just give you a moment to take a peek at Sophia.
As you'll notice in the structure of each, we have kind of the vignette at the top And then we have some of the learning supports and the parent engagement kind of below on the left and the right. And as I said at the beginning, a lot of these things can be taken for granted. The fact that Santa Rosa City Schools funds, provides, and extends these supports across all of our schools in our system is absolutely essential. So they're essential for students like Mateo, who's entering 3rd grade, and he's 8 years old. A few years ago, he and his parents moved to Santa Rosa from Guatemala. He lives with both his parents at his aunt and uncle's, and they have 2 children. Mateo is an identified English learner. Through the actual screening of all district 3rd graders, Mateo was identified as an advanced learner. His favorite subjects in school are math, science, and music. No offense to other subjects. He participated in KA6 Summer Academy Summer School last year and will do so again next summer. We'll wait another 15 seconds for you just to kind of reskim some of the supports at the bottom and some of the things his parents engage in on the right.
Tim, could you just tell us what Orton Gillingham is?
Yeah, Orton Gillingham is related to literacy development and making sure that our students at the youngest levels have the ability with good teaching practices and pedagogy to grasp text and build literacy.
Are you okay taking questions in the middle of this?
I'm perfectly fine with that. Ms. Dillon?
I am as well.
So I'm wondering if there is, I know this is kind of like imaginary kids that also do represent kids. Are there specific learning supports that are at specific campuses? Like, is there a way for us to understand what's where and why?
That's a great question. So I'll maybe share the first part, and if Ms. Dillon wants anything, please feel free. So number one, the first beginning premise, Ms. De La Cruz, is just to be aware that we were trying to kind of highlight, since later we'll highlight things that are more specific, are singular in our system, things that are more broad-based.
Okay.
But you ask a fair question. We do make reference in some of our board cover materials to programs at like our high schools that are specialized, like the Early College Magnet program or the Arts Quest program. Also, we are in the process of gathering more information from our school sites, kind of shepherded by Ms. Trunell, to kind of have them explicate anything that we might be missing, or to delineate if there's something in our list that we thought was kind of more broadly based than it actually is, to make sure we capture that. But this is supposed to be that broad image and picture. And there is a little more coming with how we're looking into what can be singular to different sites. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I think just, I love the focus on the ELAC as well, recognizing that that's something that there's parent support in this. I love that recognition that there's, this is about the whole family and their connection to our education system. So again, I would love to see, how different sites that do have ELACs as a requirement are also utilizing that as a, recognizing it's, again, a holistic
Yeah.
way of addressing family
That's a
needs.
good point. And that is actually a purposeful reason why we included it in there, so that we could remind ourselves that services provided to families include primarily their children in our system, but it also includes the adults. And that's a key component to thriving community public education.
All right, so let's meet Maya. She's a 7th grader. And she's 12 years old. Her and her family moved to Santa Rosa from Ohio recently when she was in 6th grade. We all know the transition from 6th grade to middle school can be tough. And she lives with both her parents and 2 younger siblings and is working to build new friendships in middle school in those transition years. She is a highly engaged and motivated student, especially in the arts and English, and loves to read and write. But she is struggling in mathematics, which we know we have students who are doing that very much so. And so due to the pandemic and the learning disruptions, she is needing some support in that area specifically. So we can take a look at some of what Maya is able to participate. And what I would point out, Director De La Cruz, in terms of your question about specifics, if you look at some of the things that Maya does participate in, for example, Lunch Bunch, that is maybe a support that is not offered universally, right? But something that her site might offer because her counselor or her teacher offers that as additional resource. So just want to point some of those things out as well.
I have a question about that. Would that like, I mean, that was kind of my thought about like the tutoring, like is that an example of that? Like is tutoring not widely accessible to all of our students and maybe it's only happening because teachers are offering that on their own?
I can tell you, I'll just speak from my own experience on a campus as an administrator. Tutoring oftentimes is tied to use of your site SIPSA funds. Sometimes you're making decisions with your site funds to fund tutoring, and it is reliant on personnel. And we understand that sometimes that is not something that people might be interested in doing from one year to the next. So that is oftentimes dependent on the year, the funding, the personnel, but we know it is an additional service that we strive to support. And we do so also through like our migrant ed department. So our migrant ed students also have access to tutoring that's funded and done so centrally at the district. Yeah.
Just another question about, I know certain schools have a free period. Other schools don't. I certainly hear from my now sophomore at Santa Rosa High, like how come Carrillo gets a free period, right? And so I'm just wondering, like, what are also the structures in place to facilitate access to these programs, like a free period? And then the second question I had is, I'm also hearing that there's these awesome kids called TAs in different classes, that also can step up and do some, kind of light tutoring, but that really kind of guide kids through different programs. Is that something that is also considered as a learning support by the district?
Yeah, let me, if it's okay, I'll speak to two of those things. So for free periods in general, they typically are in high school and they're related to credit accrual. And it's in board policy that as you go into your senior year, if you have the appropriate credit accrual, you're able to actually be released from a period of academic study. And then and so that can be a support for, kind of a student's ability to, let's say, go to work earlier in the day. And that's part of the system's ability to support families. For the TAs, we actually have a kind of restriction on TAs. You're not supposed to have students in courses without academic content unless guardians go ahead and officially recognize that that's what they want. There are more specifically peer tutoring. And that is a broad-based support that can be utilized and is often utilized in high-level math and science classes, can often be used in language classes, whether they be French or English learner. And so it is used broadly and seen as a support. So those are seen as part of our system. And we, like you see areas here and you see Lunch Bunch. Lunch Bunch are maybe, let's say, a particular thing that Ms. Dillon is referring to in terms of a counselor starting a program. We tried not to highlight too many things that are so granular that they happen directly at a single site. We took those either really broad themes like Aries, everybody has access to the student information system. And then things like Lunch Bunch are more common things that we hear about and know about, but some of them are tied to personnel and interest. And specifically tutoring is a very common one addressed by our school sites. Almost every site takes their individual school monies, works with their site councils, and most site councils ask for and are interested in tutoring, and we'll try to make that happen. So we tried to point out things that can be we tried to point out things that could only be in some schools, but usually are broadly based, and most schools are wanted. So
Thank
good
you.
questions, and it helps us analyze it a little better. Which takes us to Daniel. 14 years old, 9th grade, born and raised in Santa Rosa, lives in a bilingual Spanish-English household with his parents, speaks only English, but understands Spanish, has an individualized education plan to support language processing challenge. And the transition from middle to high school has been challenging for Daniel. And he's been a little less engaged in school recently. And he seems to be missing many days of school during the first quarter. And so once again, we list some things central to his experience below and for his family to the right.
All right, let's meet Pilar, 11th grade student. She's 17 and she's a newcomer to Santa Rosa from Honduras who has experienced interrupted schooling. Her parents have stayed in Honduras, prioritizing sending Pilar, who lives with her aunt, uncle, and cousins. She's experiencing migrant trauma due to the separation from her parents and her solo journey to the US. She works hard to support her family, working at a local market from 4 to midnight on many days after school, struggling to wake up and stay focused at school. we are grateful that there are many supports that she can access to help her both academically and socio-emotionally. Take a look at some of those.
I have a
Of
quick.
course, have more questions.
In terms of, I'm seeing a lot of programs like a lot of us are familiar with, like ELAC, PK, in here, the newcomers program. I would be interested to find out what sort of systemic safety nets do we have to make sure that parents are involved into ELAC, any sort of onboarding sort of communiques or outreach programs. Just because visiting the different ELACs that I've gone throughout the district, they're partially attended, right? So I just want to see that we're doing a better job at outreach, and if we are doing that, I'd like to see it in what, embedded in this presentation as like what specifically we're doing to make sure that we get that parent engagement part.
Yeah, fair enough. And thank you. So kind of in an ascending order, takes us to Gail in 12th grade. 18 years old, born in Santa Rosa, lives with his parents and sister, entered Santa Rosa City Schools as a Spanish speaker and was classified as an English learner. Reclassified, fully English proficient in 6th grade. However, he went on to study Spanish and will earn the state seal of biliteracy on his diploma. He takes courses at both the high school and the SR Junior College. He's interested in health science, biotechnology, interns at a local hospital, and on weekends, he works at Amy's 3 to 4 hours each day. And as each of these vignettes has pointed out, and Ms. Dillon will speak to some of our wrap up in just a minute, once again, we wanted to make sure we thought about the humanity of each of the individual students who comes through our school system and our classrooms, and our commitment to trying to provide as broad-based and deepest services as possible. And some of the ones that we take for granted on a daily basis, food, busing, internships, add such great nuance and quality so students can flourish like Julie, and they can kind of follow the pathways that best suit them in completing college and career readiness. And congratulations, Julie, by the way. Yeah, nice to see you here.
I have a few questions that are kind of like just piling up in my brain a little bit. So thinking about Daniel and ethnic studies English, which is super exciting to think about. Is that now something that's being offered at all high school campuses?
Yes, so ethnic studies English 9th, 10th grade course proposal was approved at our last board meeting and is on is on some of our schools' master schedules for next year. A lot of them have targeted the 11th and 12th grade year and found staff ready to collaborate around that level. So we see a lot of activity there, but we've definitely increased that offering, and we hope to see it only kind of flourish in more schools.
Super exciting. And then I think thinking about Pilar, and I know one of the things that, our board in particular has been excited about is this idea of a community school and connecting with CBOs. And, in particular, when you're communicating with family engagement, how is family engagement connected to Latino service providers, the Sonoma County Secure Families Collaborative that could provide, immigration resources to the family, Humanidad services, which, might do additional support outside of the SRCS therapy that is bilingual, bicultural, culturally responsive to immigrant children. So just wondering, are family engagement folks really kind of connected to some of those CBOs? Is that one of the functions of family engagement for, kids, is identifying those organizations outside of the school system that also might continue to provide support to the family and to the child?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that I would say yes, and it's the responsibility of kind of the larger organization as a whole, our department, our school administration, to connect with those organizations. I think our family engagement facilitators themselves really are a connection to our families, and really to build those relationships and be that point of contact and that person that families feel that they can go to. And of course, we want them to know of the organizations and of the supports in the community that connect families to. But I would say it's a larger team effort to make sure that we're aware of those resources in the community.
Yeah, I would love, and I think I probably have some partners in this effort is to think about how we might do a kind of a resource fair with CBOs and family engagement folks, because I know that that is a missing link for a lot of community-based organizations, is how to be connected into the school systems. Specific CBOs do a really nice job in different areas to kind of connect through different programs with local schools. I don't think we have that really in Santa Rosa. So I know Corazon does that. There's some work that La Luz does in the Valley. But I think that would be a great idea for us to really provide some support to the engagement coordinators to do some kind of resource fair or meet and greet, speed dating with CBOs and SRCS.
Maybe along those same lines, a similar question, and it might be could be potentially the role of family engagement, is possibly linking some of these students or families with other students and families, particularly the last profile that we looked at, Pilar, who went through the newcomer supports program. There are other students in our district that are experiencing the same thing. They have some shared background. They might have shared culture, and being able to link them together so that they have somebody other than, a close family member. Maybe they have a friend, and then they have two families, and it can expand exponentially. So just a thought, building on the same concept, the same idea that Director De La Cruz had brought up.
And I want to say to that also that we definitely do not have to look very far to coordinate something like that. In April, I think it was in April, at LC High School, there was a youth wellness fair that was coordinated by a few graduate students in an MSW program, but they left the template for who their partners were, how they coordinated everything, who the key players that they reached out to. And I know that there was interest from Eric, sorry, I'm not remembering his last name. Yes, in our wellness programs, he was very interested in replicating that. And so I don't think we have to look very far to do that again on different campuses.
Yeah, I'm going to keep us moving, but I'll make a quick side note. The questions you're asking are the things you're pointing out are essential to community focus on schooling, as you mentioned. And I'm just thinking back to the experience of trying to, when I first walked into a comprehensive high school, how to lead that. And the first thing I said was, who are our partners out there? And as we actually sat down and listed them, we found that we were able to fill a two-sided piece of paper, with pretty small, type, maybe 12-point size, with kind of all the different supports we have, so that when you ran into walls about how to support a family, you could refer them, because you realize that schools aren't, let me say this differently, they were not designed to answer the broad swath of communal challenges that we come across, but they are asked to engage in solving them. And so we have to see that as kind of part of our mission. And so I think Ms. Dillon was correct, taking it back to the question really specifically. A family engagement facilitator or other roles like that would be directly the conduit to the family. Organizationally, it's our job to paint the picture of the different organizations that we work with and to make sure they're informed of them so they can communicate that.
All right, so as we close, we hope that by sharing these vignettes, these stories of each of the students tonight, we have provided a broad view of the supports provided district-wide for our students and families. We're continuing to gather, as we said, more information from our sites so that we can highlight in the future those supports that may be unique to school sites. These are due to decisions around SIPSA funds, partnerships that they have, or other special projects they're involved in. We want to acknowledge and celebrate, however, the many resources that Santa Rosa City Schools has prioritized for students across our school sites, as we may lose sight of the fact that this is not necessarily the norm at all districts, and that we as a school community have made some conscious decisions to prioritize certain services. Resources like our TOSAs, restorative specialists, school-based therapists, and our many CTE programs exist because we've identified a need and we've received input ensuring that funding is allocated to make these things happen. As our evening continues tonight, you are going to be presented some information on the A2G grant as well as the district LCAP, which we know will give you the opportunity to learn more about programs in Santa Rosa City Schools. And with that, we turn it back to the board.
Thank you. I know we asked some questions as we went along, but I know we have additional questions to ask. We'll go to Trustee Manieri.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing. And I want to acknowledge that too, that this is not the norm in a lot of places. I have a couple of questions, a few questions, just kind of around access to supports and how we're evaluating who is accessing these supports, how often, and what the impact of these supports are and who's really benefiting. So yeah, my question is around like metrics. How are we doing that? How are we ensuring equity really and access to these supports?
It's all right. Maybe I'll start with kind of just our MTSS framework, which has been presented to the board over the last few years, especially in connection to social emotional wellness, but also in terms of academics as that kind of pyramid of tier 1 and tier 2 interventions and supports. So those lenses are used, and it begins at that tier 1 level with taking kind of stock of what's happening in the classroom typically, then referrals out to different things like counseling and supports. And then those refined into our tier 1 and tier 2 teams, which look at the broad base of what we're getting. And many of our schools, almost every single one of them interfaced with Casey Endemark this year in her visits. Sometimes the teams weren't as full because the day was busy, but the team comes forward, she meets with them, and they have a collective view of their students. And they also have a collective view of students they're paying extra attention to make sure they're getting access to these supports. They kind of go almost one by one, like, did we make sure that Tim Zolinardo got access to this? Because it looks like this might be a challenge from what we're hearing. Or our SST that we held brought these issues up of concern. And so we use that layer in those team approaches to make sure that counselors, that administrators and that people have kind of a 360 view of the school often and aren't just in the classroom, are taking that input from the classroom view and then applying that to helping students connect to resources. That way it's broad and you don't accidentally miss students. And that's why the MTSS framework is so important. And if Eric Lofty were here, you remind us it's not an actual specific service, it's a mindset, it's a lens, it's an organizing principle. And so that's helping us make sure that there's equity and access for students along the way in a broad way. Do you want to add anything?
I think I would just give another example, perhaps. I think we have, when it comes to our summer programs, which, provide both academic support and enrichment opportunities, I would be very honest in saying, I think we're getting better and better each year at making sure that we have the data as to who attends, that we are flagging that in the system so that there's a marker that a student attended a program. So I think that's one place where we're just refining our systems for how we collect data. Whereas perhaps maybe in the past, it's been like, great, we had 50 kids attend, that's great. But we didn't get down to the detail about who were those students, what schools did they represent, what were their profiles perhaps in terms of who we're serving. So
thank you. That was exactly where my mind was at, like not just the number, not just how many referrals were made or how many students were referred to a counselor, but really diving deep into who are these students, demographic data, data that helps us understand access and equity with these programs. So I don't know if that's going to be a conversation that we have in the future about data, but definitely one that I think is really important that we have.
All right, other board members' questions?
I do. Has there been any sort of discussion about applying for any community school grants? The California Community School Partnership Program is giving quite a bit of money, right? This is from the State Department. A community school is a whole child school community strategy where the local LEAs and schools work closely with teachers, students, and families. Community schools partner with community agencies. This is exactly what we're talking about here. And local government agencies to align community resources to improve student outcome. I know the first phase of the grants where we missed them, right? But there is an upcoming next phase where LEAs will be eligible for quite a bit of grant funding. So
We're in discussions about that. I hope you can hear me. I think Elsie is an example of how we have started thinking about how using our schools as a hub in the community, having health services present, for example. We have to look at the intricacies of the availability of facilities. Typically, when you have community schools, the services are provided centrally, which also means we need partnerships with medical and other health services to come to us, which requires proper equipment and facilities and the like. So I think as we're navigating our budget outlook, we can also be looking at this as a potential option. and what we've already done and how has that worked so far?
A district like ours will be eligible for quite a bit of money, like in the millions and millions of dollars of funding, just FYI.
Other questions from the board? Let's go ahead.
That's okay. So I want to commend the team for doing this work. This presentation, the catalyst for this presentation was from the last two A through G grant conversations that we had with the board, where questions were asked about what additional learning supports, especially reaching down into elementary and middle school, since A through G and the grant specifically is only for 9th through 12th grade use. What are other ways that we are supporting the development of student skill as we push up and help to prepare them for A through G level courses and numbers of courses. So I just really appreciate the work. And yes, we are gathering all information by site so that we can understand the unique programs that they offer. And also, to be very frank, to also call out perhaps some of the inequities. What are some programs that are being offered in certain schools and not others, and understanding why that is, and if there is a need for those services in those schools. So we're taking all of the attention now. Our administrators are working with us, and yes, we will be presenting information in the future around those elements as we also bring forward data conversations to be sure that we're being very deliberate in making those connections, both at the individual student level and also at the more macro level of programs and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, item E4 is a discussion item. Let's go to public comment.
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who wish to comment on item E4, learning supports for 2022-2023, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there is one hand raised. Our first speaker is Erin McCarthy. Ms. McCarthy, could you please go ahead and unmute yourself? And it looks like this hand may have been raised in error. I'm going to go ahead and lower the hand at this time.
All right. If there are no.
And we do have one more speaker, Ms. Sheila Walker.
Good evening, Superintendent Trinnell, President Sheffield, and members of the board. I found all this information very interesting and useful, and maybe like some of you was not aware of these opportunities. So I do think it's a great idea for an engagement coordinator or the principal, someone at each site to maybe even work with if you have a video program with the students, something to let parents and families know that if there are opportunities. I also wanted to state that someone mentioned about site council and possibly using some of those funds for tutoring. And I was on the site council this past year at RVMS, and it's not a lot of money, as you probably all know, and it's stretched pretty thin. I mean, it's not a lot of money. And we really needed and wanted and discussed using those funds for extra adult supervision for safety reasons, basically campus supervision, and using some of those funds. And ideally, it would be great if there was more money there for tutoring. I know I've mentioned to you all before, I'm paying out of pocket to have my son meet with a retired Santa Rosa teacher twice a week, and I have been since the pandemic. And I know not everyone can do that, and honestly, it's not something that it comes easy for me. But it would be great if we know of the opportunities that are available, and to let families know, even about summer programs. I don't recall getting anything to outside if I look myself, but most people are not doing that. To be aware of what is available for their students.
And President Sheffield, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Adina. We will bring it back to the board for any further discussion or any additional questions. I do see Trustee Manieri.
I do just want to elevate that comment that Ms. Walker made. I think it's really important that our families know what's available to them, and we have so many great programs. Yeah, and so whatever we can do to communicate, I'm sure, you know, we've got some creative solutions that we can think about. So whatever we can do to make families aware of these programs would really go a long way, I think.
All right, well, thank you. And thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Tim. This was a great presentation. I really love the use of the student profiles. I think that's a really effective way to bring a message and point across to us. So thank you all for the work that you do. Thank you for your time. And we are going to move on to our next agenda item. All right, we are on agenda item E5, an action item. This is A through G Completion Improvement Grant Plan. The board will consider approving the A through G Improvement Grant Plan. I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Trunell, for this item.
Thank you so much, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, those who are in person and online. Tonight, we bring you the final ask for the board's consideration to approve the A through G grant plan. We have presented information in March and April to the board regarding this item. We've demonstrated tonight the board's request for additional information about how we reach down into the elementary and middle schools to what services we're providing that will help to spur and support students moving into high school to be prepared for these high school courses. I do want to just stress that this grant, the money is required to be used only for 9th through 12th grade students in 9th through 12th grade programs. That's why we're gathering additional information site by site to understand all of the layers of support that we provide at every school. The other thing that I would like to point out as you are seeing the full plan here tonight is that there's a lot of work done with our math department chairs and our site administrators around the wording of this particular grant. And so with that, there's no changes to the actual plan. You got to see a snapshot of it at the last meeting. This is the full grant proposal. However, this is also a flexible plan. So as we move forward, I think that there's going to need to be some additional conversation and engagement before we roll out this plan to be extremely clear about what we expect from the potential of offering additional sections like 0.4 or 0.6. The other question that I will be engaging with our sites on is the actual equity of the allocation, knowing that in a prior meeting, the board was able to see by high school, the percentages of students that are currently meeting A through G requirements. And just for the record, to ensure that everyone understands, when we talk about A through G completion, we're really talking about multiple things. One is, are our students engaging in, and now it actually with the graduating class of 2022 and going forward, all of our students will be expected to complete those graduation requirements, which also mirror A through G requirements for UCs and CSUs. But the point is that previously speaking, when we look at our data, we had students who have selected and I will just say this because we talk about inequities, either understood the opportunities available to them or it was not clear, or they should be taking 3 years of math and they took 2 because that was technically the graduation requirement. So when we talk about A through G requirements, we're not talking necessarily about the content itself of the course, although that goes, it's par for the course that we are expecting students for future collegial work. We are talking about the number of courses that a student would take. And if a student previously took 2 years of mathematics, that satisfied graduation requirements, it did not satisfy UC CSU requirements. It was more about the number of courses that they took versus the rigor per se. In addition, we do have many students who do attempt to take all of the necessary A through G courses, but if they do not complete the course with a C or better, then it does not count. And so those two factors, the number of courses that our students take and whether they're actually achieving a quote unquote achieving a C or better, is what goes into our actual numbers for A through G completion, which is tied to graduating seniors. For the California dashboard, it is not calculated before that. And that is so that we can understand and manage the number of graduates that we have, and then all of the places that they are choosing to go. There are links that provide us data around our students' future choices over years on whether they're going to trade schools or whether they're going to a UC or CSU or an out-of-state college. So we are going to begin truly monitoring this information as we have previously, just understanding trends. I think what is clear tonight and what we're hoping we have painted the picture about tonight is that we are showing you a comprehensive look from TK to graduation of the ways that we are layering in additional supports. And so just getting back to the point, we're presenting to you this plan tonight with the understanding that it is flexible and that there will be continued discussions about the equity of the allocation of funding to ensure that we are truly diving into the needs of our students and where those resources belong. And I want to just recognize all of the individuals who were a part of this initial plan so that we can continue to scale it to our needs year over year, as this is a 4-year grant. And with that, I will hand it back to you, President Sheffield.
Thank you, Superintendent Turnell. E5 is an action item. Board members, are there questions right now? I see Trustee Manieri and Trustee Flores.
Thank you. Superintendent Turnell, is this a proposal that has already been funded? Or is this a proposal that is yet to be funded?
Sorry, the proposal is already funded.
Thank you. So would the flexibility that you're talking about be about how we spend these funds and not necessarily like how much we're able to receive for A through G support? So like the 1.5 million that's non-negotiable at this point.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
That is the dollar amount that we are receiving.
Thank you.
Great question.
So I understand that we do have certain allocations in terms of FTE. We have 0.4 Santa Rosa High School, 0.6 at LC Allen. And this translates into actual sections, right? 0.4 equals 2 sections, 0.6 is 3 sections. And these are TOSA assignments. I'm just curious as to how other the TOSAs helping our students. They're not necessarily support sections, right? These are, is it a pull-up program? How are students being supported in math?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's not necessarily an allocation of a TOSA. We could have a math teacher who is going to take an additional 0.2 to offer a course, if you will, or opportunity for students to come in and get additional math support, for example. It could be an after-school tutorial session, which is why we have tutoring funds also built in, so that a teacher is paid, for example, another 0.2, so that we're honoring their time professionally. And then also students have an opportunity for flexibility to get additional supports. We are looking at having a TOSA, and this is where I think some of the mix of understanding of all the moving parts, like for example, at LC Allen and CCLA, this adds to the support. And so while we're looking at a TOSA, for example, that can assist with our DLI work, we also have a TOSA at the district level that we've just recently hired, who will be assisting with the organization, progress monitoring, and future work of this particular grant and other work.
Okay, so yeah, but you mentioned a couple of things. So in certain places we'll have courses, and in other places we'll have an after-school program. So how do we know what's happening where? One, and then two, if we are going to offer a sort of support, section in math, particularly in IM1 algebra, that will take away, one of the classes,
Electives.
one of their electives, right? Primarily a freshman, I'm assuming. And are those kids, those students have been informed that one of their electives is going to be taken away, because forcing students into these courses, sometimes it backfires. I mean, what sort of work are we doing to make sure that we implement this successfully and don't have a riot in our hands with our students saying, I don't want to take this extra math class, because they'll see it as an extra math class. So what are we doing to make sure we mitigate that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Make sure my mic is on. So the first is, as far as what do we know about where resources are going to be? Honestly, that is part of the next step in defining what happens next. And that has to happen by site, because it may look different based on the need of the site. So as we've presented information over March and April, we were also taking feedback from the community and from our sites, just so that we can understand in the variety of ways that we can maneuver with the funds. So the next phase is now while you see some allocations there of 0.2s and whatnot, it still needs to be defined as far as how we use the tutoring money, which is $25,000, and other efforts. So that's really the next step. What you see here is just what is expected by the state is that there is just this generic sort of general plan, and that we would build out in our actions and processes all of the ways that we will actually go about the intricacies of using the funds, including how we progress monitor, which our TOSA that we've hired is going to be assisting us with some of those next steps. That person won't actually start that work for a little while, so we're going to start earlier than that to be proactive with how we do this next.
Okay, so when are we going to find out specifically what it's going to look like at each site?
So that's part of my work with Ed Services and hopefully the new assistant superintendent. So that'll be over the next couple of months that we'll be working on that. The other question you asked is, how will students know? That is going to be part of the site's work in identifying the population of students who will need to have these additional layers of support. And that's going to come with the fresh data that we have at the ending of this school year, so that we're being very, we're providing supports and services that are relevant and not outdated for students.
Thank you.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you. I really appreciate Superintendent Chanel, the recognition that this is a kind of a limited plan, right? And that there's no way in no snowball's chance and that we're gonna kind of turn this massive corner in A through G completion with $1.4 million, right? And so I think as we come up with these more specific interventions at the school site, what I'd also really love to see is how are we leveraging this grant money with existing programs, existing, curriculum, and doing everything we can with this, incredibly scarce resource to do something that's massive, right? And then recognizing that in the face of the pandemic, we see through the data just the enormous impact that it had on our students and their abilities to get through the curriculum that is required in order to be UC CSU eligible. So really appreciate that big picture. Recognize that the more detailed work is going to come later. But I think just thinking about, again, even as we do the detailed work, how are we leveraging other resources? How are we leveraging other funds? And I really appreciated the combination of this conversation with hearing from Directors Enemark and Zolinardo, because I think that's exactly what I'm curious about seeing is, we're pulling in all of those resources to make sure that this very scarce resource is more meaningful than it is in terms of its dollar amount.
Questions?
I did have a question on top of all that commentary, I promise. Around some of the questions around data. I know we've talked about the data dashboard. We've talked about, the data needed to understand cyber high, ACELUS outcomes. Is that going to be what comes out of this more site-by-site specific plan? Thank you.
All right, board members, other questions?
I have one more question, sorry.
Please. No, continue.
In terms of, okay, so we're data driven here, right? So let's say, hopefully this works really well. What's the longevity and the ability to keep this as a sustained sort of program? What does that look like?
That's a great question, and that's why it's always tricky when we talk about additional one-time funds, because sometimes it is a challenge to maintain it beyond the funding sources. So one of the natural things that we're going to do is, as we look at the practices that we implement, what are the natural ways that we can continue to sustain those things? And because the services and programs that we'll provide might be unique site to site, we also have to look at that layer of, is this something that we have to consider building into the site SIPSAs going forward, or does this become a regular part of our LCAP conversations, which might take the place of some other things that maybe we don't need any longer. So I think that's going to be navigated as we go. And we'll be doing that evaluation throughout the year and year to year, as long as we have the funds.
Okay, seeing no hands raised for questions, we're going to go to public comment.
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who would like to comment on item E5, A to G Completion Improvement Grant Plan, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Dina. Bringing it back to the board for further questions, discussion, or motion. I see Trustee Fong.
I'd like to move approval of this item, but I'd like to make a comment as well. I know that this is also the beginning, and as Director De La Cruz pointed out, we can't do that. We can't do everything with just $1.5 million, $1.4 million. But I also notice that a lot of this is, a lot of it is externalities to the actual classroom, the teaching student relationship. And I've been in many, many classrooms observing many, many math classes. And I just have to thank every single math teacher out there who is struggling with kids for whom this is the hardest subject, that they have decided a long time ago that math wasn't, they don't do math. You scratch any adult, just a little bit, the adults will say, oh yeah, I wasn't good at math. They will say the same things. When do they make that decision? And I know we all think the same thing, but I also see a lot of there's a lot of tiredness out there. You know, the teachers are overwhelmed. I think we need instructional assistants in every single math classroom. I don't know how we're going to afford that, but because when a kid stops in math, they stop. And if that teacher can't get around because they got 32 kids in the class, that kid has stopped. They stopped one day, they stopped 5 days, they're done. And so I'd love to see some time built into the school year often, where math teachers get to spend time together to share best practice and do lesson study and observe each other. And that's where our PD, our professional development, will be the most effective, not from external plans. They don't come from external plans. They come from each other and their best practice. And we have brilliant teachers out there, but they need some help. So I want to see that kind of stuff as this is the beginning and as we move forward. I mean, if we're looking at grading, right? Grading is a barrier to success for so many kids, as is homework, as is tutoring. A kid can't go to tutoring after school. They're busy. And so how do we do all that? So that is what I'm looking for. This is a fine start, but it is wholly inadequate in terms of how we address inadequacies in our system.
I'd like to second her motion.
All right, so we have a motion from Trustee Fong, seconded by, sorry, so I'm taking my notes here. Seconded by Trustee Flores. Thank you, Trustee Fong. I think what you just pointed out, the best practices is so needed. I think is appropriate right now to point out, particularly around mathematics. We have a motion, we have a second, and we're ready for a vote.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Okay, we're going to shift gears here as we have our staff assembling here, we're going to move to agenda item E6, which is a public hearing for Santa Rosa City Schools LCAP. So the board will conduct a public hearing on the local control accountability plan. Joining us, we have Kelly Dillon, we have Steve Mazzara, we have Tim Zelenardo, and hey, look at this. Welcome, Joel. We have Mr. Dantes joining us as well in the little chair. Sorry. Now, before we open it up to the public for this hearing, we are going to give you an opportunity to set this item up.
Good evening. Good evening again, but I will start from the beginning. So good evening, Superintendent Trudell, President Sheffield, members of the board and our community of Santa Rosa. Thank you for having us here, representing budget and fiscal services, ed services, and truly Santa Rosa City Schools as a whole. We don't want to spend too long of a time in the preamble to the public hearing, but we thought it'd be important to mention some salient or key points about the local control accountability plan for Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you, sir. So the local control accountability plan for Santa Rosa City Schools was created last year. It's a 3-year document, but we did return to it this year. So maybe one question is kind of that might spring to mind is, well, why? So I want to point out one key thing and then some smaller items that are related around it that I think are valuable to reflect on as our opening, and then I'll turn it over. So the first thing is the local control accountability plan for the 3-year that was supposed to be applicable for 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24 was created at the same time that schools were reopening. Myself, I was spending pretty much about 15 hours a day looking at spreadsheets of which students were coming back, how we're going to get them in the classes. And then I subbed for about 3 or 4 weeks after that at Montgomery High School and other schools. So as you can imagine, that divides the attention of a department. So partly we thought it was important to revise because we believe it's potential that maybe with the division of attention, there could be pieces that could be made better. Also, it's a key way for us to encapsulate a lot of the services we gave, and tonight we've given multiple versions of different ways that we support students, including grants that might be minimal in terms of their fiscal amount, but they're part of how we try to reach students and support them. So it was important for us to realize that if this captures a large portion of what we do, it might be valuable to come back and make sure it's a clear document and it's targeted. And then, even though we're at the end of year 1 of the 3-year cycle, we wanted to make sure it was robust as possible with public input. Students and families coming back to school could also be distracted by just the sheer complexity of that. And so maybe there wasn't as many chances for people to touch base with us. Maybe we missed a few key voices. We wanted to make sure the goals were maybe more accessible. They were written in a broad way, but we wanted to make them a little more targeted and specific. Gives us all something clear to act upon. There's monetary and fiscal things that have changed. We've had multiple fiscal and stimulus efforts by the state, specifically the federal government, due to the pandemic, where we've made decisions fiscally to move coverage of certain services to another place. And therefore that you have to kind of look at your dollars in and figure out how to rebalance things out. All of that, though, is also to say, as we move further into this, that if we can refine the local control accountability plan and become more specific on what we think needs to be done to serve our students as best as possible and our families, we can be much more clear about the metrics and the way we measure it. And we can be much more clear about the outcomes over the span of the 3 years to determine programs and their efficiency. You will note that there was one thing missing in the board report cover, which was the local control accountability plan translated into Spanish. Some of our hardworking members of our SRCS team worked diligently on that, and it is completed. I did submit it to Adina, and I am mentioning that it will be entered into the minutes so that our community will have access to that as well. I just thank everyone for their patience, and at this point, I'll turn it over.
And I will just add that we will also add a banner on our website after tonight so that it's available for our community to access both.
Great, thank you.
All right, good evening. So process is important, and ensuring that in the process of completing this revision, it was done with input from the public, from our school community, staff, students, and making sure that our guiding document reflected the needs and desires of our community as much as fiscally possible to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our students first and foremost. This input was done through a variety of ways. Was done through multiple public input meetings, done via Zoom, both input meetings and then DLAC and DAC meetings where LCAP was the topic of discussion and an opportunity for input. We also did survey. There was a survey that was also put out for families that might want to provide their feedback that way as well. Important to the process was the collaboration that happened across district departments. Really spending a lot of time in the LCAP together, really looking line by line, budget item by budget item, action by action to really look at, are we doing this? Is this what we thought it was going to be? Do we need to change this? Do we need to add something? And so I really believe that at all times the process was inclusive, collaborative, and very much student-centered. So we were grateful for the feedback we received. It's extremely important to know what the folks who are serving want and believe is important so that we can meet that need. And as is often the case, the feedback really lined itself up into a variety, a list of themes here that, we kind of were able to encapsulate in this slide. You can see the priorities were academic interventions, which we spoke about earlier this evening. A focus on visual and performing arts, which we know was those programs were uniquely impacted by the pandemic. Mental health services, a focus on professional development, and really the opportunity for teachers to be able to work together, ensuring our campuses are safe and clean, that we're serving students, really focus on diversity and equity, and really, and I think it makes entirely a lot of sense that one of the things that kind of rose really high to the top was building connections and relationships with our students and our families.
So in terms of the goals, just as a generic theme, as Tim alluded to, there was a kind of a change from coming back to school and getting back into campuses. And these themes and changes that we've done, we're calling them clarifying, are kind of getting back to maybe perhaps some old school things in the sense that goal one, we're really doubling back down on math and language arts. We, for the first time, hope to have solid state testing in CASP. As you all know, we've wavered in that because of fires and things from the state. So we're probably coming to a kind of a reset with baseline on some of that. So when that information comes out, we expected going to have some work ahead of us, but everyone in their LCAPs through Goal 1 are doubling down on the importance of math and language arts. We haven't lost the importance of a Goal 2 about community and our inclusiveness, our culturally responsive programs, and our social emotional connectedness. So we kind of strengthened that and made sure that was really clear that that was a strong priority for us. And then the third overall LCAP goal was around professional development, around training and learning, doing things that allow our professionals classified and certificated to access information better, to do better pedagogy, to have better collaboration time with each other. All those things are themes that you'll see in the actions that we put together in the LCAP come from our goals directly. Some of the important changes that we've revised in the last year in some of the actions. So in the first column, there's some shifting of funding. Again, as Tim referred to, we still have some ESSERS Monday that we need to use. We're still going to maximize those. There have been some suggested of a fiscal cliff that's out there, and it's not there yet. And we're able to maximize what we can with that money and build that in. So where we could, we have shifted some money to ESSERS where appropriate. So one example is our school-based therapists, some of our TOSAs. At this time last year, we were anticipating some budget cuts and a real perhaps harsh look at what we were anticipating, thinking our budget would have to really get trimmed in the LCAP. We don't have to. Graciously, we've been able to kind of kick that can, if you will, another year. It helps us for FTE, it helps us for counseling positions, social emotional. So that's one thing that we're doing. We're shifting things. You may not see it in the LCAP, but they are services we are providing. They're just shifted in a different funding source. The other thing we looked at in the middle column, we talked about some things that were just tweaking, were no longer applicable. Our work around bridge had faded itself out with distance learning. We're looking at how to revision that. We're talking about how to create the integrations with World House. So there's kind of a shift to some of those pieces. There was a lot of work last year's LCAP around blended learning. While blending learning is still an important strategy, it's not an emphasis for us as much when we're back into at in-person classes. And then we've added resources around, as example, music, increased musical instruments. We've put a lot of work in our CCD elementary work back in here. You noted earlier from Kelly and in her feedback that there was a lot more collaborative work that our professionals wanted to do with each other. So in that, we've added work, I said around CCD, we've added work around departments. We've added additional hours and money available for professionals to work at grade levels across the district. There's even money, some money for departments that need to get together in a kind of retreat format and come together and work on some long-term goals. So we've kind of built that in. Those are strong foundations that came to us in the feedback loops that we heard. And those are additions that we've added into the LCAP that you'll see in our plan. We've also done some reworking on metrics. So first part we've kind of talked about a little bit is we've learned in some of our CTE metrics that we might have been too specific. We focused on just seniors, but people can complete the CTE pathway before they are seniors, as an example. So we kind of had to tweak that metric to make sure we were gathering everybody. We're doing some changes around our DORA metrics and things that are changing the look of what the DORA assesses to help us give us a bigger picture, aligning back to CASP. So it's more of a CASP predictor, and those are some of the metrics that we've tweaked and added in there.
And to kind of wrap up some of the conversation about metrics, there are also metrics that were taken out or removed. Could have been they were duplicative. So there is specifically one that spoke to A to G requirements in CT, but we're already capturing the CT information in the A to G. So it ends up being duplicative. And there were some that just didn't, the logic of them was not very helpful to us monitoring programs and effectiveness. So as we look at 3 years of data over time, that'll be the goal in the 3-year LCAP. We look at the data year by year, but we're also trying to get trends and patterns so we can make adjustments and judgments about programs and services. Things like decreasing middle school dropouts was a tough metric because you don't really get to pinpoint that through IT's lens until you get to the student's quote unquote senior year. And it might be simply the matter of a student had left your system and didn't really report, or you didn't conclude that they had picked up school in Texas. So, and the percentage was so small, it's like, it's not actable. We can't, that metric, if we spend time on it, will not allow us to make a programmatic decision that impacts the learning of students. What we want is metrics that allow us to make judgments that are sound. So we tried to make sure we refined those and took out those that might be distracting or less meaningful, so that when you ask the question, well, how do you know how programs and services are going? We can point you to metrics that are meaningful and that allow us to then say, well, we believe they're going this way because. So you'll notice that some left.
Sorry, at this point, we'll take questions from the board.
We will open the public
Hearing, thank you.
meeting up, and then we'll come back. So as I mentioned before, we shifted gears. This is a public hearing on the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan. So I am going to open the public hearing up for comment and community input. Do we have input from the community on the LCAP?
If there are any members of the public online who wish to comment on item E6, the public hearing for Santa Rosa City Schools LCAP, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right, we will close the meeting, and now we will entertain questions from the board. Board members, questions? I see Trustee Flores.
Thank you. I mean, that was very thorough. Could you just, for our understanding's sake, explain the completion or the completer pathway for CTEs? What does that entail? Because you did say to change it, not just seniors. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And as I was speaking earlier about making sure our public knows, for those who are listening who maybe not work in our school systems, it's even more an appropriate question. So a pathway completer for CTE means that you have to complete 2 courses, a concentration course and a capstone course. It's often the case that in Santa Rosa City Schools, we've tried to build 3-year pathways with kind of an introductory course, a concentrator, and a capstone. But officially, a student could begin a concentration course in their sophomore year. They could complete the capstone course in their junior year, and they are a CTE completer. If we only looked at it with seniors, we would have an inaccurate judgment of how many students in our system were completing CTE pathways.
And how does this affect students that end up over at Ridgeway High School, for example?
It's a good question. So in specifics to the relation of CTE to that student's experience?
Right.
Yeah. So when you look primarily at our continuation of Ridgeway High School, its kind of mission and kind of, vision for how to support students takes a little bit of a different angle. It's really inculcated and based in trying to capture students who may have missed and not passed key graduation requirements and key credit that they need to recover. So a lot of times that credit recovery is taking place. What you'll find often in cases like that is that the concentrator or the capstone course could be like an elective, quote unquote, aside for that student, because for them to meet their core requirements, they're catching up on English, math, science. So, yeah.
I'm just gonna, and I think Director Fong knows where I'm going with this. The students that are traditionally end up over at Ridgeway High School, obviously traditional high school did not work for them. So here we have a CTE pathway sort of pathway that they can do, right? And yet they're not able to do that in terms of making sure that they get that life experience. So I just like to start seeing as to what sort of things we can start at Ridgeway High School to make sure that we know we're not just forcing square pegs into round holes, right? In terms of making sure that they have some buy-in at a continuation school besides credit accrual.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I know time is of the essence, and being direct with our answers are not sometimes answering, just listening is important. But I'm going to say hallelujah to some part of what you just said, because when I worked at Pioneer High School with the GRACE program, my comment was every single student in an alternative setting should have a career and technical opportunity that motivates them to go to school, so that our comprehensive high school students are desperately begging to get in those programs.
Right.
So there's a part of my heart that says hallelujah to what you're saying. But there's also a part of me that logistically says, when you have few students, multiple CTE pathways, it's hard to then hire staff to provide X pathway with so much diversity of students are moving from a larger comprehensive to this smaller, more focused credit recovery. So it gets also to be a logistical kind of difficulty. But there's a part of me that just hears what you're saying. And
Yeah, I will be
feels
remiss to say
hallelujah.
that the district is actually looking into that. So I just want to just do that plug in right now.
And let me just add, part of those logistics are facilities. CTE programs have strong facility needs as well, which would be difficult, if it's culinary, auto shop, geospatial, those kind of things. So that's another thing we have to look at it, where they can be offered.
I mean, we can
but-
implement internships, for example.
Well,
or
absolutely.
externships,
But also
as a
dual
way.
enrollment can happen between continuation and their resident schools. So there's nothing that says that you can't participate in a culinary or a geospatial or auto shop program and be a student at Ridgeway as well. So those are some of the partnerships that we can expand.
Other questions from the board? I have a question on the process slide. You talked about participation, and I'm just wanting to get a sense of what participation looks like. I know we do a great job. We do a survey. We have a number of public input meetings. What's the attendance like? Who's participating? It was brought up at the start of the presentation that putting the report in Spanish out to the public happened today. We're getting a pretty well-rounded representation in our participation process.
Yeah, I think, so yes, and I think we can always do better. We have some participation data in terms of the survey. Just to share some numbers, we had A total of 181 folks participate in the online survey. So that's one, and that is a combination of students, not students, excuse me, I apologize, parents, employees, and community members. With the majority of the folks completing the survey are parents of current students, which is wonderful. We have all the way down to the demographics of the folks that have participated.
Yeah.
So I would say that we have 55% of the participants identified themselves as white, non-Hispanic, and 13.8 as identified themselves as Hispanic Latinx. So I think what we know there is that does not represent proportionally our population in our community. So I think we can continue to look at how we find ways to survey. This was an online survey. It was not a paper pencil survey. So I think that we continue to kind of evaluate and go, okay, maybe we need to think about other ways to get the survey out. In terms of our meetings that we had, our public meetings, they ranged from kind of very small and intimate times when it was not a lot of participants to sometimes up to 50 participants with a range of parents and staff. And we did make sure that we specifically did LCAP presentations at our DLAC and DAC as well. In addition to that, we also know that surveying and participation in terms of how to spend SIPSA monies and additional funding decisions are happening at the site as well. But that is just a kind of a snippet of some of the feedback numbers for our district survey and meetings.
Great, thank you. There's always room to improve. Thank you so much. Other board members, questions? All right, well, thank you so much. We are going to move on to our next public hearing. Do a little bit of shuffling. I'm not sure if all of you are sticking around here. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item E7, public hearing for Cesar Chavez Language Academy, LCAP.
Great. Good evening once again, Superintendent Trunnell, President Sheffield, and members of the board and our Santa Rosa community. I do want to make sure that I recognize Carolina Gage, our principal at Cesar Chavez Language Academy, who helped with the revision and major work with the LCAP. And at this point, I'll turn it over to her to just mention a few brief highlights for that process.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that everyone can hear me. Just some of our major CCLA commitments in our LCAP are really our two-way dual immersion program, working with our newcomer program in 7th and 8th grade, focusing as an avid white school, supports and programs for social emotional learning, and the reclassification of our ELs. When you look at goal 1, you'll see that we are funding 3 TOSAs. We have our Spanish development TOSA that works with the press model and instructional aids going into all the kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade classes every single day and working in groups. We have our EL TOSA that supports English language development and also the newcomer program. And we have our school culture and climate TOSA that supports our tier 1 and 2 and also provides support for new teachers. We're also increasing our instructional aids to 9 for next school year to help support the TOSAs and the work that they're doing, and also our newcomer program. And summer school, of course, for our most struggling readers. Goal 2 really is personnel, as far as we have 2 full-time family engagement facilitators helping support the LCAP and EL learners, 2 full-time restorative specialists that help support conflict management and students learning how to repair harms. We have a full-time elementary counselor that supports social emotional learning by going into classrooms and doing toolbox lessons, and also works with students individually and refers them to our Humanidad contract, which is a big contract that this next year, we're fortunate to have 3 therapists coming on board that will be able to handle 75 students at any one time for therapy. And under goal 3 is mostly release time for teachers. Elementary teachers, for example, will be released once per trimester in order to collaborate together standards and anything that they need to collaborate on. And also PD, such as our AVID conference to support our AVID school-wide focus. And then this August, a lot of fun, teachers are all going to Redwood Alliance as a way to bond. And it's really important for our elementary and middle school teachers to continue that bond between each other as part of the merger. So we're really excited about that coming up in August. And we do have quite a large budget. We have a 1.7 million LCAP budget. So if there are any questions, now's the time to ask. All right, well, thank you very much, everyone.
All right, sit tight. We're going to open the public hearing.
Actually, I had one question for Principal Gage.
We open the hearing first and then we'll
Oh,
come
sure.
back. We will circle back. We'll open the public hearing up. This is agenda item E7, public hearing for the Cesar Chavez Language Academy LCAP. Then we'll circle back and we'll have questions from the board. This time we'll open up for the public.
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who wish to comment on item E7, public hearing for Cesar Chavez Language Academy LCAP, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right. The public meeting is closed and now we'll take questions from the board.
Thank you. I was curious about, one of the things that I've heard is definitely additional supports for teachers and parents who are volunteering, specifically around conflict restoration, as well as their own mental health supports. And so I'm just wondering the extent of the coverage of the Humanidad contract and any additional, essentially professional development and supports for parent volunteers and for community members who are activated in the school.
Well, the Humanidad is strictly for students. So Humanidad is countywide, and what they do is they mostly train therapists that will be going into the community. So they do have a limit since they are interns of 25 clients. So we will be getting 3 interns, each with a maximum of 25 clients. We were considering getting a school-based therapist, but a school-based therapist usually has 40, 45 clients. So this way we're able to reach more people. As far as volunteers, we do have a lot of volunteers at Cesar Chavez. I think we have maybe about 40 that are cleared. Many people are just they need one last thing in order to volunteer. And I'm not quite sure I understood the extent as far as that you say supports for volunteers for parents.
Yeah, so I know that a lot of people who are coming into the schools to provide support may also lack kind of the skill set to deal with a level of need that's coming out of a lot of our schools right now, just given kids, reorientation to being in person and then to process some of the things that had happened while they were isolated and at home. And so, just hearing about how are we as a school system using some of these excellent resources in our community, and I understand Humanidad is this kind of educational force as well as a service of mental health services. So I'm just wondering, is that something that this contract will do, is to build the capacity within the community volunteers, within the parents who are on campus, to learn how to do that conflict restoration and to also process their own mental health challenges in being in conflicts at school and I'm trying to figure out.
I love your ideas. I think as you were talking, I really see where a restorative specialist could come in, and maybe do some training with parents on circles, conflict resolution, how to speak to your child and repair harms, between a child and a parent, because that's really a lot of the conflict, right, between children and parents, especially when they're preteens. So that's an excellent idea. Part of our LCAP does allow for parent workshops. It could be on literacy, and it can open up also to conflict resolution and supports and SEL supports. So we have funding within the LCAP to provide that type of support to volunteers and parents. And we've had some parents like Patrick Bailey is amazing. He's one of our #1 volunteers. And I know he often comes to the board meetings and presents, and he goes out there and just talks to the middle schoolers, you know, they'll be playing basketball. He goes and talks to them. And there's just certain people and they have certain personalities that know how to talk to the kids. And it's great to have especially male role models come out, even if they go out and they play basketball with the kids or kick soccer. That's really what a lot of our kids need. We also have a new contract with what's called Youth Thrive, where we're really handpicking 30 kids, our tier 3 students, our greatest need students, and working very closely with those students around gang intervention, bullying, harassment, and really kind of like big end needs. So we have other supports that are coming in also to help. And we have an elementary school counselor and a middle school counselor and a school psychologist as well.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Other questions? I did notice that within the plan, I think it was action item 2.1, where there are funds allocated for parent involvement opportunities. This doesn't quite fall into that category, but the fact that it is called out, addressing parent involvement specifically, is in the LCAP plan. Trustees, other questions? All right, well, seeing none, I want to thank you, Tim. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for our next public hearing.
Yeah, as I exit, I just want to say have a nice evening, and I want to make sure it's very clear that I always thank those who deserve it. This will not be a long one. Please note that though the principals, such as Carolina, lift the heavy part of the LCAP for the charters, Joel Dantos helps with the financial for all of them. He helps with the Santa Rosa City Schools LCAP. He helps with every single.
So why do you give him the little chair?
It's a good point. I'll give him the bigger chair in just a sec. So I want to recognize that on nights when you wrap it up, when Steve Mazzara or Kelly Dillon are working late and are working early and finishing up, that Jill Dantos is working past that maybe with financials for all of our LCAPs across the whole system. So thank you to him for his dedication.
Thank you, Joel. Thanks, Tim. All right, well, we are going to move on to public hearing E8, Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter LCAP. The Board of Education will conduct a public hearing for Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter here for their local control accountability plan.
President Sheffield, board members, Superintendent Trunell, and I see we have online Amy Schluter. Amy Schluter is our principal. I haven't promoted you yet, Amy. Principal here at Accelerated Charter. Similarly, I'd like her to kind of highlight some of the things that they've added. She's done a few revisions as she's come and worked with her team. And so I'd like her to highlight those. And then before we hit public section, we'll go to those. So Principal Schluter.
All right,
You there?
thank you. Thank you for having me this evening. It's always a wonderful opportunity when we get to talk about our schools and our programs and what we're doing for students on the sites. So we had a similar experience, I believe, last year, being in distance learning, making it difficult for us to get the stakeholder input that we really needed to have a solid and cohesive plan. So I inherited an LCAP from the previous administration that needed to have some more metrics built in, some more action items. It needed to be in a little bit more alignment with some of our charter ideas, the mission and the vision of the charter. And in order to really do that well, it takes a collaborative effort. And during distance learning, meeting and Zooms and everybody trying to kind of manage the constantly shifting sands of the school environment, there wasn't a lot of opportunities to do that and really do it well. So this year when I came in, we made this a priority right at the get-go with the advisory council and with our SFPO, our parent group, to start talking about what are our goals and what metrics will help us measure our progress and growth towards those goals, and what are the action items needed to actually get us there. And so if you take a look at last year's LCAP that was submitted versus this year's LCAP that was submitted, you'll see there's been some significant revisions. So last year when it was written, of course, it's written as the school year goes on. And we were in distance learning and then transitioned to hybrid. So you'll see lots of references to making the school program more successful in distance learning. Well, we removed that because now we're in person. And so one of our big changes was that we wanted to make sure our students were able to catch up academically, but really we wanted them to be prepared to attain mastery of the standards in the next grade level when they matriculate on. So getting that solid foundation. So we spent a lot of time looking at what robust curriculum were we going to use, and you'll see some expenses in our plan for curriculum and materials, and what assessments were we going to use to measure our progress towards those goals. So goal number 1 is really focused on academics. It meets several of the state priorities that are listed actually in the goal section of the plan. Our second goal was focused on school culture and climate. And so this is where you'll see more of our social emotional supports in there. So again, wanting to recognize that many students struggled with distance learning, and many students really were not prepared to come back into the social setting of a classroom and to follow those, typical school classroom behaviors. They hadn't practiced in a couple of years. And so they came back to school. They were so excited to see their friends and so excited to be back in a school community, but they had forgotten what it takes to really do that. So there was a lot of training with a lot of support as well. We too utilized our restorative specialist and would like to utilize more of those services next year by trying to increase some time with that person on our campus. So that is our focus for goal number 2 is improving our school culture and climate. And then goal number 3 was not really a part of the plan last year. If you look and you compare the plan last year to this year, there were no metrics, there were no action items. And so we were missing some of the basic conditions for instruction. So, your staffing, your facilities, your clerical support, and all of those things were not really written into the plan last year. So we really fleshed out that goal. You'll see some significant changes in that one. You'll see some crossover. Academics, in order to be successful in academics, you also have to have professional development. So you'll see some of that built into goal 1, but also to have staff and those basic conditions for instruction. You're going to have to provide time for them to work together and collaborate. So those are some of the significant changes to our plan from last year to this year. And now I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Principal Schluter. We are going to open up the public hearing for Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter LCAP. And the meeting's open for comment and community input. Do we have public comment?
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who would like to comment on item E8, public hearing for Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School LCAP, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. All right. The public meeting is closed and we'll turn it over to the board for questions. Board members, questions? All right. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Principal Schluter. Do we have any more from Steve or? Okay, please continue.
With that, thank you, Ms. Schluter. And I would like to have Adina roll over to have Principal Kristen Vogel come from Charter for the Arts and present E9. E9 is the public hearing for the Charter for the Arts LCAP. And Kristen, Ms. Vogel, Principal at Charter Arts, I'll turn it over to you to highlight some of your changes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Turnell, and the board. So in looking at our LCAP moving into the 22-23 school year, Arts Charter does not have any significant changes in our LCAP. The vast majority of our LCAP allocation is used to increase our staff and services for our students. Our music position is funded through our LCAP, as well as our counselor position, our instructional aide, and our restorative specialist. And then in addition to that, our LCAP provides for us to have English language development services for our ELL students, as well as drama. And all of that is in alignment to our goal number 1, which is focused on increasing student access to and proficiency of standards through arts integrated teaching methodologies. You'll see in our LCAP that we have had, for the past 2 years, our student learning rounds written into it as well. Clearly, due to distance learning last year, we were not able to engage in student learning rounds. And we're really looking forward to relaunching our student learning rounds coming into this year. However, due to various COVID safety measures, as well as staffing shortages, we were not able to move forward with the student learning rounds this year, particularly out of concern to make sure that we had classroom coverage while teachers were engaging in those student learning rounds. So moving into the 22-23 school year, we are committed to reinstituting our student learning rounds in support of student engagement, rigor, our calibration among our staff as far as quality instruction, as well as that transparency in our instruction, so that we're honoring that all of our students are all of our students, and we have an understanding of the experience that we provide to our students school-wide. In addition to that, this school year, we have our WIN intervention and extended learning blocks, which we've had for the past several years. And coming into this school year, well, let me back up a little bit. Historically, the WIN intervention and extended learning time is provided through grade level bands, which allow for us to create groupings of students based on their individual needs. And then all of our service providers, as well as the grade level teachers, work in conjunction to ensure that we're able to provide small group interventions. And that can include academic intervention, as well as counseling supports, RSP services, our ELD small groupings. So we're able to support the grade level bands that way. This school year, we instituted the WIN intervention extended learning in grade levels instead of grade level bands, really making sure that, recognizing that things could still be a little bit tenuous in regards to COVID. We wanted to make sure that we had a steady and smooth path throughout the school year for our students, so that we weren't having to adjust back and forth, and that our students could become very centered in knowing what was coming next with their intervention services. Moving into the 22-23 school year, we're looking forward to reinstituting the grade level band model, so that we're able to really maximize our staff and ensure that we are having very targeted intervention and extended learning groups that are small and supported by the staff that is wrapping around the grade level bands to support.
Thank you. With that, President Sheffield will turn it back for public hearing.
Thank you. All right. We are opening the public hearing for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, LCAP. Do we have public comment, input from folks in the community?
If there are any members from the public on Zoom who would like to comment on item E9, public hearing for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, LCAP, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right, public meeting is closed. Moving on. Thank you. Thank you, Principal Vogel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are moving on.
I think we have a question.
I just have one
Oh,
question.
yes.
Principal Vogel, when you're talking about grade levels versus grade level bands, does this have something to do with the kind of combo classes and class size challenges that we've heard about tonight?
Historically, no. This has been something that we've had in place for the last 5 years. So it's not designed in its inception for addressing a combination class. However, it is an intervention period that takes place 5 days a week, 30 minutes a day. And so there is an opportunity for us to look at ways to support all of students' needs, including the needs of combination classes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry, other questions from the board? All right, now we are moving on to agenda item E10. Thank you again, Principal Vogel.
Thank you.
Agenda item E10, public hearing for Santa Rosa French Charter School LCAP. The Board of Education will conduct a public hearing for Santa Rosa French American Charter School for their local LCAP plan.
Good evening. Good evening. I believe Principal Anderson should be waiting to come on over tonight so that she can provide, just like our principals of our other charters tonight, provide as well some highlights, any updates, changes that may have been made this year in the revision of her LCAP.
Hello,
There she
Principal
is.
Anderson.
Hello, it took me a long trip across the computer screen. So thank you, Superintendent Trunell, President Sheffield, Board Trustees, and everyone listening. Thank you for this opportunity to share some highlights from our LCAP for the French American Charter School. The French American Charter School LCAP was implemented as planned in the 2021-22 school year. We really didn't have to make any changes. And that's largely because all of our funds go to personnel who support our unduplicated students, such as a 0.2 FEF, a 0.4 counselor, and 2 instructional assistants. And it's worth noting that those are the entirety of our counseling and FEF supports. I'm pleased to say that we made significant impacts on school climate, as demonstrated with increases in the Youth Truth Survey scores that reflected improved staff and student feelings about our school. We can assume that these improvements were somewhat due to being back in person, but I have to also say that staff did a lot of work and put an emphasis on building relationships and building community at the start of the school year. That was really where we focused our energies, and I think it paid off greatly with the school year. The SR Facts we achieved our maintenance goal of 100% of our 6th grade students passing the DELF exam again in the spring of 2022. The DELF is an important measure of the success of our program. It demonstrates that students are proficient in French, and we are so incredibly proud that even after distance learning, this goal was achieved. In summary, SR Facts had a really good year despite the ongoing challenges of COVID. And I believe we are very well positioned to rebuild our program, providing dual immersion instruction and giving all students the opportunity to learn French language and culture in an immersive environment to the benefit of our community. And I would suggest our interconnected global community. As you know, we are quite unusual as a public school providing this accredited by the French Ministry of Education for any student who wants it and gets a spot through the lottery. So the LCAP certainly is an important source of funding for us, and I feel that we optimized the use of those funds. So I know it's late, so I'm going to keep this brief and wish you a very happy summer.
Thank you, Principal Anderson.
Thank you. We turn over to the board for public hearing. Thank you.
All right. Public hearing for Santa Rosa French American Charter School LCAP is open. Do we have comment or community input?
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who wish to comment on item E10, public hearing for Santa Rosa French American Charter School LCAP, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right, public meeting is closed. Questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Principal Anderson. Thank you so much, Kelly. All right, we are moving on to our last public hearing. This is our 22-23 budget hearing. So we have Rick and Joel, the Rick and Joel Show. And I am turning it over to you. At this time, the board will hold the public hearing regarding Santa Rosa City Schools budget for the 22-23 fiscal year.
Good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trunell, members of the board. Tonight we are presenting for public hearing the 22-23 proposed budget. Before we get going, and I hand this over to Mr. Dantos to talk about some of the particular slides, I'd just like to share that this has been one of the most interesting budget cycles in a long time, with definite uncertainty from Sacramento, if you will, and a lot of things still up in the air, even as we talk tonight. The biggest one of which is how they're going to calculate ADA and the proceeds from that for our school district for the 22-23 school year. For the first time in my memory, we've actually presented two multi-year projections in this proposed budget. Because of the uncertainty of potential ADA funding, which could have a huge impact on the revenue received by Santa Rosa City Schools. We do expect to have major revisions based on available information at the adoption of the budget on June 22nd, with the expected passing of the state budget by June 15th. Which will answer some of these questions, which everyone, not just Santa Rosa City Schools, is asking at this point in time. So please keep that in mind. But through this presentation, we will go through the budget assumptions we use to derive both multi-year projections, as well as a review of COVID-19 federal and state funds, our other funds, areas to monitor, and next steps as we move forward. So a very familiar slide with those same kids that never seem to age. We are at the budget adoption portion of the budget cycle. As I just mentioned, we're eagerly waiting for the signed budget from Sacramento in order to complete the 45-day budget revision, which will come back at the first meeting in August, and then go through the normal milestones of a fiscal year, as we're all accustomed to. Saving some time going through some of the reminder information in there about the need to do this, the legality behind it. We'll move straight into budget assumptions. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Dantos.
Thanks, Rick. Good evening, Superintendent Trunell, Board President Sheffield, members of the board. So for the purposes of tonight, I'll go over the budget assumptions. Our budget is comprised of revenues and expenditures, and then our ending reserves year over year built up into our ending balances. So our revenues, 70% of them are made up of our state LCFF revenue that we get from the state of California based on tax revenues. So we need to monitor the state budget adoption process so we can build the revenues in our budget. And the state brought out their forecast for revenues and for our funding in January. Then this May, they revised those. And in June, at the same time we adopt our budget, they'll adopt their budget as well. So for now, we're using the assumptions I'll go over in these slides, and they're largely based on the governor's May revision to the current budget proposal and some details that I'll go through. For example, cost of living, COLA is how the state adjusts the local control funding formula from the prior year increase. And at the May revision, the governor proposed a 6.56% COLA to the LCFF. For our budget assumptions, we are going to actually increase that to 9.85%. And the reasonings behind that is the Senate and Assembly, they've advocated for a higher COLA. We've had tax revenues increase through May, so we anticipate a high probability that when the budget is adopted by the state in June, there'll be close to a 9.85% COLA. We are in line with the Sonoma County Office of Education with that assumption, and that is what we have included in this current budget as our COLA assumption. And then in the out years, we're continuing with that 5.38% and that 4.02%. So like Rick mentioned, there is some uncertainty in average daily attendance funding. All of our LCFF revenue, which is 70% of our revenue, is based on student attendance. And this year and in recent years, the pandemic has had a fairly significant impact on our attendance, significantly. So if you recall, well, what's in the May revision, they are addressing the impacts of the pandemic on the ADA, and they've included for next year, addressing next year's ADA impact by allowing us to use the current law, which is you can use current or prior year, but they've added in also the availability for us to use a 3 prior year average. So so our ADA for 2023 will be relieved by allowing us to use some of our 2021 ADA, which was less impacted and higher, which was actually based on our 2019-20 ADA. So we'll be able to recoup a little of that loss from the impact of the pandemic on our ADA through that measure. However, our current year, 21-22, we had a material decrease in our attendance ratios related to prior years before the pandemic. And included in the May revision is this COVID-19 ADA relief, which would allow us for this year to use the ratio of our enrollment compared to actual attendance from 2019-20. And I'll give you the percentage. So this year, our average daily attendance ratio is about 88%. In 1920, I think it was closer to like 93%. So that's a significant savings. But that has less support and less probability that will actually be adopted by the state in June with their budget. So like Rick mentioned, for the purpose of this budget proposal, we've included 2 scenarios. And you can see we've included the numbers here on the ADA and how those will impact the numbers, but in a few slides, I'll show you the kind of financials behind that. So this is another important thing for this budget. Charter schools have had also a significant material decrease in ADA and enrollment. I mean, the French charter had a program that really had to have students physically at school. And with the pandemic, you didn't see as many students enrolled. You can see they had, they went from 476 or 427 down to 396, 476 in 2019-20 down to 427 down to 396. We believe that back in, again, in 2022-23, they'll be back healthy to 470 with kids in school, but that's going to have an impact on their finances. So moving forward with this budget proposal, we will continue to assume they're being funded off current year ADA, even though there have been lobbyists and different some Senate bills that have been introduced to protect their ADA and hold them harmless, but nothing included in the May revise. And as of now, little support, it looks to be in the final budget. One thing that did come in May, which is included in the budget, is this one-time discretionary grant. It's a fairly significant investment that is in the governor's proposal. It's a one-time, but it is unrestricted and can be used for any purpose with no deadline for use. So one thing that is in this budget, two additional things in this budget are what we had assumed for our second interim that are not moving into this budget. Again, one is around average daily attendance. In January, there was a Senate bill that was passed to address the impacts of the pandemic to ADA, and it was to use 2019-20. It was to use allowable to use up back to 2020, 19-20 ADA numbers for current year 21-22. That did not make it in the May revise, and so we are moving forward with the items that we did mention that are in the May revise with the two scenarios. The other thing that was in the second interim was the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Program as a fiscal stabilization measure. That has been removed from the fiscal stabilization measure and moved into a restricted reserve. So we have that money. It's just not in revenues. It's in a reserve where we will build a plan, and that plan may have fiscal stabilization measures, but it'll be focused on learning opportunities for our students. So with that, those are the assumptions that we've included in the major assumptions that we've included in this budget, and some changes building off of what we shared in the May revise and what we shared at second interim, and going back to the January's governor's budget proposal. So with those items, we'll take a look at, so what we're looking at here are the revenues in our general fund, which does not include charter schools. It's our district schools, our operations and educational services in our general fund. And you can see our LCFF sources are increasing because of COLA and some of the ADA protection that we had. You can see our federal revenues are reducing, but that is some of our one-time federal COVID revenues that we've coming off current year, moving into next year. You can see our other state revenues increasing fairly significantly. That is the one-time discretionary grant. Other local revenues, throughout last year, we get additional donations and grants throughout the year. So we'll see some of that come back in this year. As the year goes on, you'll see that amount revised. But so that's kind of the summary of our revenues moving into next year out of this year. So then we have our expenditures. So you can see we have got certificated salaries. We see a moving into next year 4% increase there. We see some increases for some of the items that we talked about for supplemental pay. We see the investments in the LCAP here. We see step and column movement moving into next year. Yeah, and then we see classified salaries. So we do see some more support services in classified salaries related to the LCAP. We see some in classified, we just do see some more of those vacancies for the entire year come up, which is offset by service and other operating expenditures where we paid some agencies to fill those positions. So we will monitor classified salaries moving through the year, employee benefits moving into next year. So you see some increases. We had increase to health benefits. One other thing, although in the multi-year projection, we move into next year and the years moving forward, we we don't see a huge increase in stirs and pers, but going from this year to next year, we see about almost like a 4.5% increase for stirs and pers. And then service and operating expenditures, you see some COVID one-time monies that were spent prior year not continuing, and capital outlay the same thing. And then the transfer, last year we had the transfer of the one-time money out of the Fund 67 dental fund that we're not seeing in the future. So that is a brief but summary of our expenditures moving into next year. So one thing, when we look at current year expenditures, current year revenues, current year expenditures, you can see when we look at now the reserves, the net increase or decrease in that reserve for our current year budget is about, we're drawing down about 2.8 million, but out of that, about 8 million of that is from unrestricted sources. So we're actually getting a positive fund balance in our restricted sources. So we want to be mindful of that moving into the future years. And then we end this current year with about a 25.6%. So that's why, okay, so then moving into next year's projection for our ending reserve, we see an unrestricted increase of about 2.7 million. So what that is we're getting a fairly healthy one-time investment in 2022-23, which is going to show an increase, an increase in that reserve, but we're going to have to monitor our spending over the future years, drawing down our reserves. So at the end of 2022-23, we do project an unassigned unappropriated ending amount of about 13 million, or about 25.6%. Or that's a 25.6% change from last year. So we are building reserves, but more closely related to that one-time investment that we're seeing in 22-23 and the one-time grant.
Dr. Dantos, I'm going to pause for just a moment to entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
I will make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to extend the meeting to 10:30. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, Julie, thank you for sticking around. You were really hanging in there. This is a typical meeting, though. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Joel.
President Sheffield, could you, I didn't catch the second. Who
It
seconded?
was and seconded by Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please continue,
Okay,
Joel.
thank you. Okay, so here we're looking at our multi-year projections. So you can see this is where we look at the two scenarios. So for the purpose of scenario one, which is where we know that there's high probability the state will adopt the 3-year rolling average. However, there's less certainty that the state will provide relief for current year. So scenario one shows that we will have in 22-23 again, and the revenues expenditures we just went over, and the ending results we just went over for 22-23, but moving into 23-24, you can see we don't show the revenues, and mainly it's because of that one-time investment, and but we have our expenditures and our current year decrease fund balance in the future years goes from a positive 7 million to drawing down about 13 million and drawing down about another 8 million.
I'll have a question for you.
Yeah.
So where is our fiscal stabilization plan in here? Because last time we went through this, we were positive certified. So with the fiscal stabilization plan. So did I miss it? Did you talk a little bit about that, and how is that going to be, affecting year 2 and 3?
Yeah, absolutely. So Our fiscal stabilization plan is included in this. The only item that isn't moving on is that item that we went over, the revenue item for the expanded learning opportunities program. So if you can see here in the middle of the, right above total expenditures, there are the fiscal stabilization measures in 21, 22, and we do account for the items that were in 22, 23. So if you recall, that was some FTE and some LCAP software. But all the other items are now in the budget in 22, 23 implemented. Like, for example, moving the positions into different codes. They're in those codes now. So they're in these line items now. The entire fiscal stabilization plan is in these line items.
I see them there, but I thought we were positive certified
Right.
last time we talked.
So let me go into, so we are still similar to what we were at second interim. So with the two items, so these two items that the item that we assumed at second interim with a Senate bill that held us harmless for ADA using 2019-20 ADA report, that did not make it into the May revision. So that is not continuing. Now that, so that was a fairly, decent amount of money. The other item was that expanded learning opportunities grant program that we pulled out of the budget as a savings item, and we moved that into the restricted reserves, which is still available and is still available to look at for fiscal stabilization plans. We just have to further do planning in that area. So those two did not make it into the proposed budget, but what did make it in the proposed budget was the increase to the COLA that we went over and the new average daily attendance protection, the 3-year rolling average, because we did not include the 3-year rolling average in our second interim assumption. We used prior year because it was greater, because we were using 2019-20 ADA numbers. So it does have an impact. So with the increased COLA and the one-time money. So the one-time money now, and let me just get into the numbers, but with also the other thing. So one other thing since second interim that we've done is we have had some investments in the LCAP and some things. So where we were, so in relation to where we were at second interim now, so this first slide is only revenues, expenditures, and then the ending balance. Now we'll go into the components of the ending balance.
Right. So in scenario one, we're negative, and
Right. So
two, we're
scenario
positive.
one is,
Director Flores, I think, and for everyone listening from home, I think it's also important to recognize that at second interim with positive certification was for the current year and our 2 out years. So 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24. This budget introduces the new 4th year, right, that we're looking to address with the revenues that Joel talked about, along with the fiscal stabilization measures as we move forward. So we're talking, very similar things. I understand the question, and that will be the work between budget adoption with the information we get from the state and the first interim report. We don't certify at budget adoption. We only self-certify at first and second interim.
Okay, then, so I don't know if this is a typo or whatnot. So on slide number 14, it has year 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24 instead of 24, 25. That's why I'm a bit confused.
Yes, that's a typo.
Okay, thank
yeah.
you.
So if you can see here that
I got it.
22, 23.
It's clear now. Sorry,
Yeah.
it was.
Rick, you missed that.
Yep, I missed it.
Okay, thank you.
So that is a good, so this this is the comparison to the last reserve that was at second interim. So where we were at second interim, now we're at 4 million or 7.9 million. But we added on the fourth year, which is the third year now of this. So with scenario one,
And just to be clear, that's the typo right there. So that should be
Yes,
24,
100%.
25, just for the people who are watching at home.
That is exactly correct.
This should be
Yes.
labeled 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25.
Yes. Thank you. So I think so we moved into the ending reserve. That was helpful to me to help me explain it. Thank you. So we do have a restricted reserve, and here are some of the components of that restricted reserve are these one-time COVID money that we still have to invest in programs and services. So then we have other funds. So this is
Just
our
a quick question on
yeah.
the one-time COVID funds, and they're set to expire in 24, is that correct? When do the COVID funds expire? When do we have to use?
Well, that's a good question. So they all have different deadlines for spending. They're listed here. So
All in
June 30, 2023 is the next deadline, moving to June. So-
Okay, my mistake. For some reason, I thought they were all set to expire in 24. Thank you.
So then our other funds projected, this is our projected ending reserve at June 30. So you can see we have our student special revenue fund that we just have to account for the ASB funds. Then we have this is our charter fund. Now our charter schools also are getting that one-time money. So you're going to see some increase in their reserves from that. Our Fund 12, which is our state preschool program, our Capitur Special Revenue Fund. So this reserve is a little tricky. This is a reserve. We were given money for a program that we don't offer. So realistically, we're going to have to give that money back. And this cafeteria fund is operating at a balance. We have our deferred maintenance fund, which is about 700,000. We have our Fund 17, which is about 560,000. We have our bond program fund, which is Fund 21. We've got our developer fees, our school facilities Fund 35. Our capital outlay, which is Fund 40. Fund 35 and Fund 40 are facilities funds. We are doing, like, for example, we're building in Fund 35, we're building the ag farm. So there is activity in there. We're just spending the money as it comes in, and we're looking at finishing that. Then we have our Fund 40, which we do facilities work in, and then we have our self-insurance dental Fund 67. So that is the ending condition of our other funds. So areas to monitor. One thing that is in the budget is the law requires a certain economic triggers to happen for this for the state to be required to move money into a school fiscal stabilization account. Like there are 3 or 4 triggers that have to happen, and going into this budget, those triggers look like they're going to happen. So if that happens, there's a requirement that states maintain a 10%, no more than a 10% reserve. So moving into next year, we would have, because of the one-time money and helping money, we would have to identify anything over 10%, we would have to, if we didn't do anything about it, we would have to give it back to the state. There are districts have multiple tools to address the reserve cap. We can commit those balances. We can contribute to restricted sources. We can transfer to other funds. But we also have to be mindful that in our current multi-year projection, we are using those funds to draw down to manage our deficit. We're using those funds to draw down for future deficit spending. Right, and to maintain our minimum reserve of 3%. So what else do we need to look out for? So we are in employee negotiations. Again, like Rick mentioned, the EKG gram of state funding from COLA going from lows to highs, one-time monies going from lows to highs. So we will monitor that. Declining, and then the cost of universal transitional kindergarten. So our TK students are generating ADA. On top of that, the state has addressed the additional FTE needed staffing for those TKs by having a $2,800 per ADA add-on to that LCFF funding. We also got the universal pre-K implementation grant, which is, I think, including charters, over a few $100,000. That was what they presented on. And so as far as operating costs, that's kind of how we will implement those programs and pay for the additional staffing. As far as the facilities goes, the Senate and the Assembly have advocated for facility dollars to go towards the TK. In the current May revised, the facilities was really, there was money budgeted for facilities, but what was identified was for that deferred maintenance. So we will monitor the budget that's adopted in June and see if those have been defined to go towards TK. But right now it's pretty vague or there's some ambiguity what is included in that facilities in the budget.
You said something about a TK ADA per TK. How does that compare with the ADA for primary or ADA for a secondary student?
So we report attendance every year. And right now, current year, we don't start reporting attendance until those kids turn 5.
I think I meant, maybe I said it wrong. We're getting so much per primary student, so much per.
The same. We get the same. So LCFF funding, it has a base funding amount for KA or TK through 3rd grade. So all those kids get the same amount of base funding. Then there's a different amount of base funding for 4th through 6th grade. Then another amount for 7th through 8th grade and another amount through 9th through 12th grade. So we get the same amount of funding for a TK student for their ADA as we do for through 3rd grade. However, for those kids that are identified as TK students, we get an additional add-on of $2,800 for that TK kids. And that is how the governor has addressed the additional staffing for those TK kids.
Is that neutral for us or is that a cost for us?
Well, I mean, if we have 12 times 2,800, if we have, I mean, I have to do the math.
Okay.
I think it's
Okay, that's okay.
probably, yeah. I think it is what, I didn't do the math because it is what it is, but we got to deal with it. But yeah, I think it would probably, that is what they say is to address the staffing. So
I think it's safe to say it's I'll say a best effort at this point. We still have uncertainty. We are using projections for a whole group of students that we've had to very rarely account for in large scale, right? And as TK continues to roll out going through February 2nd next year, February, March, April 2nd the following year, and then completing the whole year the following year, it remains unseen at this point what funding will continue in addition to LCFF funding, As Joel pointed out, we are still anticipating some possible changes to TK funding through the trailer bill, which we expect to see signed by the end of June, first week of July timeframe, which could potentially offset costs even more. I know that $2,800 per TK student is not going to provide all the facility needs and teaching needs that would be required for this program. So at least it's a gradual implementation in some ways, but something that we'll have to address with available dollars as we move forward through this over the course of the next several years until full implementation. And then beyond that to continue or sustain it.
Thank you.
I have another question here. Going back to slide number 16, and you were talking about the bond, Fund 21 bond measure, fund measure. Is that the assessed value that we talked about last time in terms of the bond measure?
No, this is the money currently on hand, and as projects are brought forward this summer, this fund balance will change. We already have encumbered funds to this point. And so new projects will draw that down. So I would not expect to see this at first and second interim.
Well, in our last meeting, I mean, the assessed value was about $47 million, I think, right? So and now I'm seeing a difference of $2 million. I don't know if I'm getting the amount.
Last meeting, do you mean second interim?
No, when we had the feasibility study, and they gave us an update on the bonds.
That was an approximate dollar amount. So this is final with updates as of last week.
So these are the actuals.
Yeah, this is cash on hand.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so next steps. So again, we're bringing the budget for approval in at the June 22nd board meeting, pending any, as we know more with what's happening with the state, we'll have a thorough presentation. I'll get through it as clearly as I did tonight. Not my strongest suit, but I appreciate it. And then we'll look forward to the state adopting their budget in June, July and August. And then again, right when we hear that information from the state, we'll come back to the board with our 45-day budget revision in August, which will identify areas that the Budget Act impacted Santa Rosa to any revenues or expenditures that we have in our budget. Then in September, we'll close out current year 21-22 expenses to finalize those current year ending conditions and revise any 2023 beginning balances that need to be. But I've looked at that budget in 21 or 21-22, and I feel like it's pretty solid right now. So yeah.
And as we end this, I just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning. There's a lot of uncertainty still with just, a few days until the state budget should be signed. We do expect changes. I would also caution that even the discretionary dollars until it's signed in could change, right? It may not be as much, or it may be different strings attached, if you will, to some of those funds. We do expect to get that money, but we don't know if it'll be as we have put it into the budget at this point, as basically we can use it for anything we need to. We are going to wait for as close to final language as we can on that before we put that into our budget. So unlike most years where we bring very few or no changes to the budget, we will be bringing changes to budget adoption that will be highlighted through either some type of highlight presentation or a presentation that's totally revamped, depending on the nature and severity of changes compared to what we're bringing to the public hearing tonight. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Are you expecting those changes to be positive or negative changes?
At this point, it's hard to say. The ADA one is the biggest one. Then, of course, the discretionary funds, if a portion of those get earmarked, similar to a categorical program of yesteryear, that could change some of this as well. So I feel pretty confident that that money, that amount will come in some form. I just can't sit here with 100% certainty saying it'll come as $17 million to fund 01 with no strings attached.
All right, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Joel. Agenda item E11 is a public hearing, so I'm going to gavel the meeting open for public comment and community input. At this point, do we have members of the public who wish to speak or comment, provide input on agenda item E11?
If there are any members of the public on Zoom who would like to comment on item E11, public hearing 2022-23 budget, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And there were no hands raised.
All right, the public meeting is closed. Again, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Joel. Crossing our fingers, we'll see what happens next week and continuing out to the end of the month. I'm looking forward to the 22nd. Thank you. All right, we are moving on to our F items, our consent items. We did not pull any consent items tonight.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve items F2 through 10.
Second.
All right, moved by trustee McCormick, seconded by trustee De La Cruz. Looking for a vote.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, moving on to our G items. We have agenda item G1, approval of minutes from the regular board meeting held on May 25th.
Move to approve G1. Approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on May 25th, 2022.
Second.
All right, it was moved by trustee McCormick, seconded by trustee Manieri.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri. Aye. Director De La Cruz,
Abstain.
Director Fong. Aye. Director Flores. Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Agenda item H, board member request for information. Any request for information, board? Seeing none, moving on to our I items, information items listed in the agenda packet. And before we adjourn, Superintendent Trunell, any last announcements?
I just want to recognize Deputy Superintendent Edson.
Yes.
This is his second to last meeting with us and just want to share true appreciation for how you have supported this district, invested in us, and we hope that we can share some slice of appreciation that matches what you've invested in this district. Thank you so much.
Rick, you are our Hulk. All right. Board members, any other announcements? All right. Parents and family, keep those young minds sharp over the summer. Meeting's adjourned. Good night.